Hi, Tom.
Yeah, and I'm very glad to have you here.
Just once more.
It did work. Okay, we do it again.
Just started now.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, welcome to the Rilton Cup, the fifth round of this 50th anniversary edition. It's a strong tournament with many former winners. And today I'm joined by Omar Salama, who is my co-commentator for the round. Omar, you are from Egypt, I know.
Yes. Hi,
Yeah.
Tom, and hi everyone who is
Yeah.
listening to us today.
Yeah.
And I'm very happy to be here. Yes, I was born in Egypt, lived there till the age of 24. Then I moved to Iceland, and I have been there now for almost 20 years.
Okay. Do you speak Icelandic?
Yes, I speak Icelandic.
Oh.
I think quite okay.
Yeah. I don't. But I've been to Iceland many times. It's a very nice place and played chess there many times. What is your sort of what do you do mostly when you work with chess? What's your main thing?
In the previous years, I was mainly a professional somehow, like the chess arbiter.
Yes.
And also a lecturer, so I can give lectures to new arbiters who wants to join the team, as well as working in international tournaments for FIDE and for the ECU, the European Chess Union, and also some tournaments in Africa. So when I needed to do some chess thing, it was done in this manner as a chess arbiter.
Okay. So a very important function, especially today with all the cheating and things going on. You have to have arbiters checking everything.
I totally agree. It's just like the link between the organizers and everyone with the players. The arbiters are always in the playing hall,
right,
and with the players. That's what we see.
Yeah. Okay, but I know you're also quite a strong player.
Yes, I have been playing quite okay in the past. I've played in many tournaments in Europe and different countries.
Yeah.
But then when my two sons were born, as most of the people, you have to spend more time at home. So I joined the arbiters team, and it's more relaxing and less demanding.
Yeah, but you're still in chess.
Yes, I almost play every day, at least online, and with friends and so on.
Okay, excellent. Excuse me. And then I think we should just jump into the round. What do you say?
Yes, let's go for the action.
Okay, so we will. First of all, we should say that it's a very even tournament, isn't it? I mean, the standing.
True, we have like 9 players sharing the first place with 3.5 out of 4.
Yeah.
Which is quite amazing in my opinion, because normally you should have like 2 or 3, 4 players having full house, as is said, or 4 out of 4.
Yeah.
Like for example the ELO tournament, the tournament under 2,200, there are 3 players having 4 out of 4. So
right.
that's really very even tournament so far.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's turning out to be a very hard fought tournament and hard games, and we have seen in the previous 4 rounds that there are it's really a big fight, and we see very few draws, lots of wins, and hard fighting. So we will jump in on board 1, and we have the Croatian young guy Leon Liviak, or Liviac, I don't know exactly how it's pronounced, against Matthew Wadsworth. I think he's an Englishman.
Yes, it's a very English name.
Yes. And we see an opening here who is actually a favorite of your countryman Bassem Amin, right?
Yes, Bassem has been playing the King's Indian attack, or the closed variations against most of the openings, like the French and the Sicilian.
Yeah.
So he scores quite well with it, so he knows it very well. It's very solid repertoire.
Yeah. So let's go from the beginning here and see what we can say about this. So it's e4, c5, knight f3, e6, and now the somewhat maybe surprising move d3.
Exactly.
Restrained. And the idea is to go for a fianchetto here. Yes, with these moves and avoid any opening of the position. And play for kingside attack, actually.
Yes.
So that's exactly what happens in the game. d5. You don't want to exchange queens, So you play knight d2, bishop b7, castles, b5, standard move, I think. Rook e1. Yeah. This is still a theoretical position. It's been played many, many times. And I think we can just say this can be a very interesting game later on.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's also very unique when you have an earlier round. I cannot call it a morning round because we start at 12 today.
Lunch round.
Lunch round, exactly.
Yeah.
So sometimes some of the players, they say we are not so much ready for a fight at the start of the game.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
A little bit calm, few moves,
Yes.
and then
the
calmness before the storm.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so we will jump to board number 2, and there we have Yair Parkov. I think he's from Israel, against the Norwegian Grandmaster Frode Urkedal. Parkov is an international master, and here we see it's actually Catalan, and not many moves made yet.
No.
And we have this little trick: you check and then you go back, and you claim that the bishop is not perfect on d2, knight f3. And not so much to say about this yet. I think we should move on and see if we have some game with a little bit more action.
I totally agree.
So we go to board 3, and here we have a game between the Indian player Praneeth Vuppala against Dominik Horvat, and I think he's a German player. It sounds Hungarian, but I think he's actually from Germany.
Okay.
Yes, and all these guys are very young. These are young players. It's a young man's game, they say.
True.
There is some truth to that. And let's see it from the beginning. We have an e4. We get a Spanish or Lopez. a6. And now d3, very popular now these days to play d3, avoiding lots of that lines like the open Spanish, and also aiming for the long game. No immediate tactics or anything like that. So
No rush.
no rush. Gonna play it slowly. And bishop g5. I don't know. It's not the most popular move to play bishop g5 here, but I've seen that some players like Magnus Carlsen, he likes to play this bishop to g5, and sometimes black can go for h6 here, and actually this happened in the game.
Okay.
Bishop h4 and now d6. But you can also go for things like g5. Yeah,
yes.
it's possible, but
It's very much provoking.
it's very provocative and also weakening, of course. So he played d6, and I think it's not much you can say about this. We have to wait and see what's going to happen.
But it seems that they are in their comfort zone. They are
Yeah.
not spending too much time
No.
on the move. So
They play fast,
yes, so they feel.
so I
somehow-
think we should assume that this is preparation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No one is surprising the others. At least till this moment.
it's true. So let's take the next game. So there we have again we have an Indian player, Raya Ritvik, against the Swedish player Khan Kusuksari. He was actually leading with 3 out of 3 yesterday, but he made a draw, and now he's together with 8 others in the lead instead. And here we see Leningrad Dutch. So let's see here, d4, f5, the Dutch defense. Some people, they prefer to play e6 here,
First.
and only after c4 they play f5.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it has to do with wanting to avoid the Staunton gambit.
Yeah.
Some people don't like to play against that for some reason.
But it also has a drawback that maybe White will go for an e4 after e6, and then you are French.
So you have to
You have to be French player, or
Yeah,
at least ready to.
Yeah, that's true.
to
So, but in this game that didn't happen. F5, C4, and we had knight F6, G3, and G6. The Leningrad.
yeah.
Bishop on D6, knight c3, bishop g7, knight f3, castles, castle, c6, and now the typical move d5. Yes.
Trying to grab some space in the center.
Grabbing some space and also making it more difficult for black to play e5.
Exactly.
Then you can take and sort of break the black pawn formation a little bit.
Exactly. There is some also popular line against the Dutch Leningrad having the knight on h3. Pushing also d5 instead of knight f3, knight to h3.
Yes, that's an alternative.
Yeah,
but you have to decide on that at an earlier stage.
Exactly.
And then of course black can adjust and play something else and so on.
And
so
we could see Raja playing like g3 and bishop g2 just doesn't want to say what he's going to choose quite early. Doesn't need to decide.
I think e5 is very common in this position.
Yeah.
Just play here, and of course white must take, because else black has a very easy game here. So it would be taking here, and then maybe bishop takes, and I think they play something like b3, maybe, or
maybe sometimes knight d2, queen b3 as well.
Also this is possible.
This is possible as well.
Many moves.
Yes.
So yeah.
And
so
then knight goes to a6 and c5.
Yeah.
It's
a game.
Exactly.
It's a game. So also I would expect both players to be prepared for this.
For sure.
So let's go to the next game, and here we have a Nordic meeting. We have the Norwegian guy Elham Abderlauf, who plays against Hampus Sørensen. He's a Stockholm player, and he won a very nice game yesterday against Kaido Kulauts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Estonian Grandmaster.
And it was a really interesting game actually, and we followed it here, and that was the last game we saw finish, and he showed real strength yesterday, so that was interesting. So let's see what happened in this game. So we had d4 by the Norwegian player, and as we can see on the ratings, Elham is the higher rated, and they are both international masters, but I expect a tight match here.
Yeah.
So knight f3, knight f6, c5, e3, knight c6, knight bd2. This is
typical London system.
Yes. g6.
Okay.
And now, maybe not the typical move, but it's definitely a possibility in many cases.
Yeah.
Grabbing the pawn.
It just makes it a little bit uncomfortable for black.
Yeah.
It's
well, you can play something like maybe queen a5, I guess, to take it back.
yeah.
I would guess this is a normal move here, and then I guess white wants to do something. Do you play c3 here, or what?
c3 looks to be okay, or complete the development with the bishop, maybe to e2 for example, and play c4 later when you play rook c1 or
right. Yeah, that's an idea. Something like that.
Yeah.
If you play c3, maybe then you don't want to play c4 later. I don't know. Yeah.
Maybe we do not need to commit now to c3. Keep it open. Just complete development normally.
Yeah.
Bishop to e2. Maybe.
Maybe something like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it cannot be bad.
And
but it doesn't
promise much for white.
No, it's sort of a hybrid when you take on c5, because then probably you go for c4 and you get into something maybe different, a little bit different. It's more like a Grunfeld almost, or the bishop on g7,
or a Catalan with reversed colors somehow.
It could also be. It could also be that. Yeah. So it's not the typical London, because the typical London you play c3 and you go for the e5 square and things like this. So interesting
so
opening.
So he answered g6. We stay here on c5. That's also.
Yeah. But I think it's been played before. It's not a new move. It's definitely something he has prepared, I'm sure.
For sure, and I think also Hampus, maybe the two players, I do not know each other quite well, so that was a surprise to play the London system and choose this variation, especially taking on c5.
Yeah, it could
we
be.
can see
Yeah.
he's still thinking on the clock, you know.
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
few moves, 7 moves already played,
Yeah. Yeah.
or 6 moves, sorry.
I
played.
would expect this maybe to be a preparation by White, and
Yeah.
maybe Hampus was not prepared for
Yeah.
for this line. So I think we should go to the next game. We go to
Top seed.
the top seed, Sasikiran, playing against Alonso Garcia. I think he's from Spain. Is that correct?
Okay. The name looks very Spanish.
Yeah, it looks very
Alonso Garcia.
We can check him out. Why not?
Yep.
So let's go back here, and we have Alonso
Yep.
here.
He's Spanish.
He's Spanish, and he's quite young. He's 19 years old,
Wow, yeah.
international master, and I think Sasikiran is like 42, something like that. So he's more or less a veteran in this field,
Yeah.
because there are many players that are like 15, 16, 17, 19, you know, in that,
True.
or maybe 20.
We can also say something about, for example, Magnus.
yeah,
He's 32 years old.
he's
and
getting old. He's
He's
getting old.
getting old, and he's not willing to defend the title. So
Yeah,
we-
yeah. It's a
it's
very
not so
strange.
easy to play
no,
long.
No. No, I remember when he was asked at some point what's it like to be so young and be in the world elite.
Yes.
And then he answered and he said, "I've been in the world elite half of my life.
Yeah.
I don't feel very young."
True.
Okay. So let's have a look. D4 was played. Knight F6, C4, E6. And we have again an invitation to the Catalan. Bishop B4, Bishop D2, Queen E7, Bishop G2, Knight C6, E3. So this would be like is this the Bogo Indian or something like that?
Yeah,
It's
we
sort of a mix. It's not a clean, a little bit unusual with E3 and G3 and so on.
True.
But it
would-
looks fully playable for both sides, I would say.
I think after the exchange of bishops, which maybe will not be avoided, or
Mm-hmm.
the black bishop at least for black.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, can we call it like a typical Bogo?
Yeah.
After that, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't think black will go for b6 or bishop b7. If black wanted that, would be earlier, not here. So they are still early.
Yeah.
6 moves.
What would you prefer to exchange your bishop against the bishop or against the knight?
That's a very good question, you know.
Because if you wait with black, of course, white will play maybe knight c3,
True.
and white might get the pair of bishops.
Well, it's typical also to exchange the bishop for the knight, but
Yeah.
the most favorable is what?
I don't
That's
know.
a good question. Yeah.
We don't know. I think it's
just
a matter of choice, right?
Yeah.
It's not actually
Yeah.
possible to calculate. You can
No.
just
It's the way how you want to develop the game.
yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to the next one, and we have Tobias Kölle. We have to check this guy. I don't think we have checked
See the
any
master
game. Yeah.
well into 2400s.
Yeah, so we go and we look at him here. We have him here. He's a German guy, not
German.
unexpected.
Yeah. How old?
And
is
he's
he?
18 years old.
Yeah.
FIDE master. Young guy, and he plays against one of the veterans here, Ilyas Mirin from Israel,
Okay.
who is, I think, a number 2 seed in the tournament. Grandmaster, and he has won the Rilton Cup before. A very strong player.
Has a lot of publications and.
Yeah, he's been around for a long time, and he's done a lot of things. He's written books and everything. So it's a clash between youth and experience,
Yeah.
and we'll see what happened here. Let's see. So started off with d4. And we got
Yeah, his favorite King's Indian probably.
King's Indian, yeah, d6.
He
And
has
now
been
the
playing it.
maybe not the most played move, h3.
Okay.
There are
It's
so
very-
many. There are so many setups for white here. You can play knight f3. You can play bishop b2. You can play, yeah.
Many things.
There are many options, but h3 I think is quite interesting move. And then he puts the bishop on d3. And now we get more like a sort of Benoni type of position.
Yeah,
with pawn on
bishop
c5.
d3, yeah.
So the typical King's Indian approach, of course, is to play e5 here. But I think this h3 setup is aimed against this because you can at some point play g4.
Yeah.
And then the f5 is not so interesting because white
What-
can always take with this pawn, and then he gets the g file.
And castle's long and
Yeah,
plays
and
for a counter.
he will put the bishop here,
Yeah.
and the queen goes here maybe, and there will be a castling to this side, and yeah.
It's actually maybe psychologically not bad choice for white to try to go for a kingside attack, because as a King's Indian player with
Yep,
black pieces, you want to go for the attack on the king's side.
Yeah.
Or the yeah, and when you reverse it somehow and you castle long and you go for this, it's not so easy psychologically, I must say.
No, I think the black players they want the attack,
Yeah.
but of course here black plays c5 and he adjusts, so to speak, and in this position he plays an interesting move, knight e5. That's not the obvious move for
No.
me.
No.
I think the most obvious move would be to play a move like castles maybe.
True.
a6 would also be maybe a move. But he plays knight e5.
Very, very interesting choice.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. And you might wonder, yeah,
Because always you think that the knight will get hit by f4, especially with h3 played. You know, there is no knight g4, nothing. You know, but at least at the moment can take on d3, at least after f4.
my question is, what happens after bishop e2?
Yeah. Probably e6. I do not know. But then f4, you might lose the pawn on d6.
Mhm.
It's not so clear. Yeah. It's a very good question.
Yeah, is there some tricky move here that?
One cannot call it a premature move with knight e5 so early like that, getting hit by f4 next, because he's played by one of the very...
No, but there must be some good move here for black, but I just don't see it.
No.
I mean,
Queen
e4, you would
E5.
think that maybe queen a5, but
Yeah.
is that a move? Looks a bit
Queen
strange.
a5, wouldn't it be okay to play f4 still? I do not know.
Yeah.
Go into this mess.
Or just maybe something like this. I don't
Yeah,
I don't
I
really
agree.
I don't really see the point.
No.
So I doubt that this could be the move.
Okay, knight to e5.
Yeah, it's interesting. Could you play something like b5 and something like that, a6 something? I don't know. It looks very.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe b5 now, but and then after you take on b5, c takes
Yeah.
b5. What is the continuation?
Yeah.
But it
But-
looks like Ilya's playing fast, and
Yeah.
he's definitely for sure. he
Yeah.
knows
Well, of
what's
course
happening
he's
here.
not so afraid. Maybe
No.
maybe f4 is not a move that he's afraid of, because
No.
g3 will be a weak square, right?
True.
So if you play f4, there are also weaknesses. He can basically just go back and say that, well, the pawn on f4 maybe is not the best, and then he will counter against white's center, because white has made h3. It could be a loss of tempo in some lines.
Trying to.
Anyway, in the game, white did not play this. He played knight f3,
Okay.
and he allowed the exchange,
Okay.
and castling a6 and
Tobias
a4.
also has been playing very fast.
Yeah,
If we see
yeah,
his timing
yeah.
now, it's more than
Yeah,
than 90 minutes.
He's the fastest.
He seems to be like he is already well prepared for it.
Yeah, and he has avoided playing for this big center with F4 and so on and taking on weaknesses. And he's just developed and said, well, I'm going to just sit on my space advantage.
Yeah.
And in this close position, the bishops are not the most important thing.
True.
And in the game, there was knight h5
Yeah.
and just rook e1.
Okay, so
Maybe e5 is the plan here.
yeah. Now white is ready to push e5, I think.
Yeah.
But just bishop f5 needs to be, but it's not so big deal.
So what would what would we play here if we were black?
Problem is that if you try to play e6 at any moment, the d6 pawn will be very weak. After exchange, I mean, if you try to open up a little bit the center, get some more space.
One idea would be to play maybe a little bit strange, but maybe play e5.
Okay. Trying to get advantage of the,
Well, I'm thinking maybe we could jump here
yeah,
at some point.
and push f5.
Because
also.
when white takes, then you open up again, and then you have a
Sure.
very strong bishop here, and I don't know. So
And
if
g3 is not easy to do, to play g3.
no, because
The pawn is hanging on h3.
yeah, there is sort of a weakness here on h3, right?
Yeah. e5 could be very interesting. But
It's possible. It's
what
possible.
happens if after e5 white takes?
That's the
on
question.
e6?
Yeah, that's the question.
Because then you can, or maybe needs to take, but then the
Yeah,
bishop would be really a monster on g7.
you're right.
Always white will face difficulties. You don't get a chance.
Let's say we take with the. Well, you could take with the bishop, I guess.
I think opening the f line can favor a lot black, with the knight coming to f4 and there
Yeah.
are some typical games on this with these ideas for black, opening the f line and then creating lots of problems for the white king.
It's true, but if we look at the evaluation bar here, we can see that it says, no,
White
no,
is-
no, 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 watch out. There is
Yeah.
something for white in this position.
Okay.
And I mean, there are moves.
It's also bishop g5 maybe. I do not know.
Bishop g5 is a possibility.
You need
Maybe
to,
at some point e5 here.
yeah,
You know, just trying to
exactly.
block this pawn and say, well,
And you cannot answer e5 with d5.
yeah.
If
So,
some moments,
so
yeah,
e5 could be a move
true,
here.
True.
So the question is, bishop
White
takes.
bishop takes.
This is more conservative,
Yeah.
but I think what you could say is that, yeah, okay, you can have the d-pawn. I mean, if white really wants to take it, he will
Yeah.
have to make some, you know, it will take some, because c4 is hanging also, so it's
Yeah.
not easy to do.
No, no.
And now black suddenly has quite a nice position, right?
True, true. With also easy play, I must say. For
Yeah,
example,
because you move the queen, put rook in the center, maybe even
Exactly.
at some point b5. He has the bishop here, and
yeah,
yeah. So
it's not so easy to after queen b6, for example, and yeah, trying to press on the b2, the whole a1 h8 diagonal could be.
but he didn't play e5 here. He played queen c7.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a question for you. I'm just wondering, what is the IA title? Explain
Thank
it.
you. Yeah. The IA title stands for International Arbiter. Normally, every federation can nominate their arbiters to get the NA, the National Arbiter level. And at that level, you can officiate and work in the local tournaments. You are already licensed by FIDE. But then you need to score some norms. The norms are simply working in tournaments and proving that you know the laws of chess very well. And also you have a sound judgment. I
Mhm.
always say it's extremely important. In chess, there is no situation the same.
No.
So you can be in the playing hall, a player is coughing, somebody's moving the table,
Mhm.
somebody walking around, disturbances.
Mhm.
Keep
Mhm.
aside all the technical stuff on the chessboard.
Mhm.
So you need to have this kind of sound judgment.
Right.
And it doesn't come like that. You need also to get it through experience.
Mhm.
So work in more tournaments, be in the chess culture, also have a feeling for the players. All this experience gets accumulated while you are getting the norms, and then attending a seminar to get a FIDE arbiter title. You have to pass it and so on. And then after that, you can go for the international arbiter title. I think till this moment you need to make 4 norms. From next year it, it will be 5 norms that you need to
Mhm.
score working in certain conditioned tournaments to get the title of IA, which is international arbiter. Then we have degrees as well.
yeah, okay.
So you have like an international arbiter with a license D category,
Mhm.
and then a C category score norms to get to C, and then to B, and then to A category.
Okay. And for some tournaments, you need to have international arbiters to hold the tournament, right?
I totally agree, because for example, if you have norm tournaments, for example, some players are scoring norms,
Mhm.
you have to ensure that the duties that the arbiter should do during the playing session are accomplished. And when you have an experienced arbiter with an international arbiter title, then you know that things should be going well.
Yeah. And Holden 506, he says, interesting. It's like a game of itself.
Yes, it can be also a career. It takes some years
Yeah.
to get
Yeah.
this kind of experience, I would say.
I remember in the old days, sometimes they had very strong chess players that were arbiters in like world championship matches.
True.
And I remember that the Swedish grandmaster Gideon Stolberg, he was, I think, number 3 or number 4 in the world at one point. He was an arbiter at some world championship match.
True.
Yeah.
True. There is also the famous Lothar Schmidt, who was the
Yeah.
arbiter of the match of the century, as well as Andrei Filipovic from
Yeah.
Poland, international master.
Yes, I remember her.
Kasparov Karpov matches. So
Yeah.
I do believe on that level there should be very experienced arbiters.
Yeah. Okay. Hope we answered the question. Thanks for the question. More questions.
Yeah, feel free to ask.
Yeah. Okay, so Queen C7. That surprises me a bit. I'm not saying there is anything wrong with it.
Me too. We were not even, like...
Well, there is a logic. He protects E5 once more.
yeah.
The queen is looking through the pawn here, and
And maybe preparing more E5?
well, I think mainly preventing this E5
Yeah.
move. Yeah. So white cannot play E5 now.
Waiting for white. What are you going to do next?
Because let's say white is very eager and plays
Oh
G4.
my God.
Yeah. And now E5.
E5.
This is certainly playable, but it comes at a price.
Exactly.
Because now
This concession on the king side.
he has 2 weaknesses over here, and that in the end also means that the white king is weaker, and yeah.
We call it, it's something that you will have to live on the whole game.
Yeah, it's
After you chose the H3 and G4,
yeah.
you will live with the whole game.
It will haunt you for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And of course, as black, you like to see these moves. Even if it's good for white, you still like to see moves like H3, G4, because you know that I will always have some counterplay with H5 at some point, and it's not easy to play a position like this. Even though it's playable, most players don't want to do this. So then the question is, what should white do?
Bishop G5 could be an alternative.
Yeah.
But then after H6, you have to go back.
Well,
to
you
E3.
could provoke H6 if you want to.
Exactly. Because then in the future you can have Queen D2, for example, with a tempo on the H6 pawn.
Yeah.
It's not so bad.
I'm not sure he plays H6, but it's
Yeah.
possible. Yeah.
If we think about logically developing the pieces and getting
Yeah.
The last minor piece into the
Also,
game.
another idea would be maybe to play something like just very.
Humble move, bishop d2, yeah. Are you thinking also about like knight e2, bishop c3, maybe in the future, exchanging the bishop on g7?
Yeah, it could be a move. You
Yeah.
you could also maybe argue for something very, you know, like putting the rook here and maybe even going with the other rook here
True.
and try to force this e5
Supporting your
idea. Maybe,
yeah.
maybe. I'm not sure because bishop f5 could be irritating. I don't know. It's not clear. So I'm not sure about this
The queen also somehow is a little bit misplaced on d3. Normally in these variations you want to have it on c2, protecting b2 and away from any hitting. Normally speaking,
I agree. It's not maybe not the most common
favorable.
placement. Yeah. But there is also some point to it. But the queen also protects b5 in some situations. But if you want to play e5, bishop f5 is always a concern, right? Because it's irritating.
True. Do we have a result on board 2, or I think I've seen something on the screen like on board 2? Can we check the game or?
Yeah, sure. Well, let's go there.
Yeah.
That's
a quick draw.
Yeah. So we had this Catalan.
Okay.
And black chose the closed Catalan with c6.
Queen c2, knight d7, knight c3, takes.
Mm-hmm.
Knight e4. I think all of this still in theory. Okay.
I think this is a theoretical line, yes.
Yeah. Queen
and there is
okay, threefold repetition.
Yeah. No, he went there, but it's the same. Yeah.
It's the same. I think we have a rule here, the draw restriction rule. 30 moves.
30 move, yeah. The Sofia rule.
Yeah.
But there's not much you can do against the repetition. You cannot
No.
claim you have to repeat until move 30.
No, that would be really difficult.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
No.
Okay, so let's go to the next game, number 8. And here we have an interesting matchup, I think. I have high hopes for this game because we have the Ukrainian Grandmaster, Platon Galperin, against the young Swedish player William Olsson. And I think William Olsson is a great talent, and I've seen him play, and he played a great game against Jung Min Seo. It was a draw.
Okay.
That was a fantastic struggle from, I think, round 2 maybe or something like that.
Okay.
How
old is William?
We have to check it. I forgot the exact ages.
Yeah.
But let's see here. He's a FIDE master.
Okay.
And he's born in 2005.
Wonderful.
So he's 17 years old.
And his rating is 2298. Probably he has reached 23 before to get the FIDE master title.
Most likely, yes.
Yeah.
And I think his rating is probably on the rise. And I see hopes for this guy. Only 17 years old, and what I see from his game, he's very concrete. Very good at calculating, and not afraid.
No.
Important.
Very important when you play chess.
Yeah. So I think this can be. This Platon. Let's see how old he is now. He's also a young guy, right? We have to check him. I think.
Battle of ages.
Yeah, but he's a young guy also. He's only 20. No, he's 19.
19.
So 19 against 17. Young guys.
Master, yeah.
He's 25, 30. Yeah. He's from Ukraine, but I'm not sure. But he's a member of a Swedish chess club, and I think he has played a lot of tournaments here. So maybe he's living in Sweden. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But
he's certainly promising. 25, 30.
Very promising. We've seen him play, and he's played great. Has great results, and we have, I would say, a fascinating position. Let's see how this thing happened. So Platon, he played knight f3, and we had the Reti. with h3.
Okay.
Now you can take on f3 if you want to. You can retreat. He retreated. c4, c6, d4, knight d7. Rather typical.
Castling.
Exchange.
Okay.
And now knight e5. And now interesting move f6.
Okay. I'm not sure about the theory here already.
No, I cannot say I know the theory.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Normal move would be, for me, normal move would be to play the knight here,
Yeah.
right? That looks like, yeah,
Very.
we understand that move.
Yeah.
f6, unusual,
Yeah.
but interesting. So,
New chess.
yeah, new possibilities. And understandably, I'd say he moves back, because of course when black plays moves like f6, it's not so easy to develop all these pieces.
I totally agree. I
Yeah.
think it's a good decision
Yeah,
by white.
yeah. And, I would prefer white here, but yeah, queen b6, knight f4, bishop f7, e4, and now another very controversial move, g5.
Yeah.
Very concrete,
This is very controversial. I totally agree.
but I don't know. Knight h5 he played.
Okay.
I don't know. Well, you don't have to play it, but maybe you threaten to simply check.
Knight g7, knight f5.
Yeah, and then you go here
And
and
say, okay.
say, well, let's see what happens. So black played the queenside
Well,
castles,
castle, yeah.
and there was an exchange.
Okay, trying to
And
open
bishop
up
takes. And we can see from the evaluation bar that it agrees more with white than with black,
Yeah.
and I understand that. I'm a bit suspicious about black's opening here. I think this
F6 and
f6 and g5,
Yeah.
I don't like it so much.
A little bit out of the course of the game somehow.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
committing yourself to something.
It's like we said in the previous game. White could play h3, g4, but you have to live with it the rest of the game. And here we see
Exactly.
the same situation. Black has said f6, g5, and he has to live with it.
It is, it's very simple rule that we all learned the first time we have seen a chessboard.
Yeah,
Pawns move forward.
yeah,
But the very difficult thing that they never go backwards. So when you push a pawn,
yeah.
you know how it would never be on g7 back again. This will stay on g5, this will
Yeah.
stay on f6 at least. So
Yeah.
always this kind of decisions we say to the players who are starting, please be very, very careful with these young souls,
Right.
the
right,
pawns.
right. Yeah, that's true. But
We will see. Maybe some tactics will
if
fight black a little bit. But
if it works, it works. And sometimes you just have to make it work, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So okay. We have one more move here. No, we don't have. This is the last
Bishop
move.
takes
Yeah, bishop
d5.
takes d5, and
White's
If-
clock is running.
yeah, I think very normal move would be just to take on d5.
Maybe they already played in the playing hall.
Yeah,
we
probably.
have a 15
Yeah.
minutes delay.
It's a 50-minute anti-cheating delay to avoid electronic cheating. So that's a good thing, I think. But we don't care about what's the. For us, this is the reality.
This is the reality.
Yes,
exactly.
yeah.
If I may ask, in Sweden, have you adopted this before?
The
I mean,
15-move
yeah.
delay.
Is it common in Sweden? Because
No,
I know it's different from country to country.
I think it has not been implemented because
Okay.
because of technical reasons, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have quite a lot of webcasts from team matches and things like that, but then it's usually without any delay.
delay.
Yeah, as far as I know, it's just straight out. But here they decided to make everything perfect when it comes
Yeah.
to cheating. So we have the metal detectors, as you know, and
Yeah.
all these things, and also the delay. I think it's a good thing. It's
Yeah,
just just a
one of the
method.
measures.
Yeah,
that,
it's just a measure. I think it's a good way to prevent a lot of cheating. It's much more difficult to have a computer on you
Yeah.
than maybe just have a small, radio earphone or something. Yeah, and then someone else sitting, analyzing and sending signals to you. So you take away a lot of cheating this way. Okay, knight c3. Yeah, as we said, just exchange, develop, and black has to live with with his sins, so to speak.
F6 and G5.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. So okay, I think we should go maybe to the next, and we can take. Maybe we should make a jump here and look at Jung-Min Seo, because he's interesting Swedish player.
Talent, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. And
I have seen him actually the first time in Reykjavik last year.
yeah,
He came and played in a very interesting, I would call it a match. It was between the 4 Nordic countries, played on the TV. It was called Reykjavik Games
yeah,
in January.
yeah.
And it was nice to see him there. He was always focused on the game and
Yeah, he's very, very focused and very, very
determined somehow.
determined, and he plays very forcefully, I think, usually. So in this game, he's playing white against Ido Gorstein. I think that's an Israeli player, one of the strong Israeli players. And we have they seem to be fairly evenly matched. Both are international masters, and Jung-Min Seo has a little bit more rating, but it's not so far off, 33 points.
Does he have some GM norms already?
Yeah, he's on the way to the GM title.
Okay.
I think he has at least one
At least
GM
one,
title.
yeah.
Yeah.
They sometimes score them very fast. That
Yeah. Well, he's
hard to realize.
yeah, he's very strong. I think he will make it within a year or something. Okay, so we have a Caro-Kann with the advance variation, Bishop F5.
Now we have a classical opening finally. No,
Yeah,
unorthodox.
and Jung-Min Seo, he plays the short variation.
Okay.
Nigel Short's idea to just play, simple, because here Michael Tal, he played H4 against Botvinnik in these World Championship matches in the early 60s.
Yeah.
That was a very interesting idea. The idea, of course, is if black plays this, you can trap the bishop here, like this. So
Now you push H4 and G4 and H5, but for a reason.
yeah,
You get the piece.
yeah. This is a good way to do it. But at some point, Nigel Short started playing knight f3, not trying to catch this bishop at all, and
Just developing.
yeah.
Um,
Simple moves.
Okay. Queen B6. Okay.
C4. So now now we have a game where white is playing in the center instead, and trying to claim that, well, black is a little bit after in the development, and maybe white can get an initiative. So
The knight really stands very well on D4.
it's an excellent piece. But he exchanges it.
Yeah, he must do it.
A6.
Okay.
Yeah, now he plays a slightly surprising move to me. He moves the bishop back here.
He doesn't want it to be hit by knight C6. I do not know.
Yeah, probably it's something like that. Maybe he wants to put it on F4 or something, maybe. But I know that Jung-Min Seo, he's very strong in the ending.
Okay.
It's actually one of his strengths. So he's not opposed to exchanging queens.
No, he doesn't mind playing.
Yeah, he likes that. So maybe that's the reason.
Also, he has been spending now almost half an hour from the start,
Mhm.
first 12 moves.
Mm-hmm.
Although he chose the short variation, so
Yeah.
maybe
yeah.
he faced something that
I think he might have.
was not in the preparation.
Yeah, I think he might have been out prepared a
Out-prepared.
little bit here, but this is just a position you can just
Yeah.
make moves, and I mean, it to me it looks like it should be fairly even.
Yeah.
Maybe white has a small initiative right now, but it's not much.
No.
So
Position is quite close somehow, but
yeah,
I mean there are no pawn pushes in center or something.
no, it will be. I mean, black will surely. He might exchange queens,
Yeah.
which is a normal move.
And
Let's
then
say
play
let's
96.
let's say some moves here. Let's do this, and I would go here.
Yeah. Just hitting the pawn on e5 and.
And now you can choose maybe play f4, something like this,
Can you trace? No, you can't trace. You have to play f4. Yeah.
and then maybe we just go
Should be
here, and
seven.
the knight comes, and
It's not so easy because the rook will come to d7.
yeah.
I mean, maybe you try to play rook d8. I
But
don't
you
know
have
who-
you can play like b5 and rook d8, and I don't know.
Yeah. Could you take on b5 with the knight if you push b5? immediately?
Well, I mean maybe
After
castle.
castling, yes,
or
yes.
Maybe you can start here. Maybe
Rook d8,
something
exchange
so-
one pair of rooks. Takes on d8.
Yeah, this
Bishop takes.
white. I like white a bit here,
Yeah.
but black is very solid. The bishops are quite
Yeah.
reasonably placed, and so on. So I think it's okay.
Maybe slight initiative if black tries to manage to neutralize it. Maybe it's
Yeah.
somehow.
But this will be a long game, and I think
yeah,
Jung Min Seo will like this. We will see
Okay.
how
very
he
interesting.
does it.
We-
Yeah. So let's go to the next one, and now we have your countryman
Oh,
Margay.
Margay.
Yes, Margay. And we're gonna take this from the beginning. He plays against a young Stockholm player,
Okay.
Jonathan Westerberg, that I played against, and I know. And I know Margay, of course, also. He was member of the golden Icelandic national team,
True.
together with Helgi and Jon and
Johan.
Gudmundur and Johan and all of these guys.
Yeah.
And I remember those days way back in the 70s, 80s. It was great times, and we used to meet. We played in Iceland. We played in New York. We played in all the Olympiads, and yeah, so good friends. And
We were so much happy to see Margay playing here in the Rilton Cup. Actually,
yeah,
the chess fans back in Iceland, they were really embracing this. It's not so easy to play against the young talents, you know.
No,
It's-
but
you need a
he
lot of energy to
yeah,
play
yeah,
these
yeah.
games,
But he's
9 rounds.
taken up the challenge.
I'm really proud of him, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
taking
Yeah.
up the challenge.
Yeah, I met him in Austria like 2 months ago. He was also playing in the European Club
Yeah.
Cup, and I talked to him there. I hadn't talked to him for many years, and he told me that he's actually living in the Ukraine.
True,
Yeah.
true. He moved there some years ago, and he has his businesses there.
Yeah, yeah,
And he likes always the European Club Cup.
yeah,
I played with him on the team in 2018 in
Mhm.
Greece,
yeah.
and we played also in 2019 in Montenegro. And it's always very nice, the European Club Cup.
Yeah, yeah. It's a
1
nice
week, 7
tournament, yeah.
days, 7 rounds. I mean,
Yeah,
very strong
Yeah.
and very interesting. He's one of the players in the team that always tries to
Mhm.
let's go, guys, let's go, guys. So always good
Yeah.
to get this push.
Yeah, I remember in earlier days when the European Club Cup was played in a different format, because then there were sort of single matches. You visited the other country,
Yeah,
so it was a completely different system. And I remember we played lots of these matches. It was great fun, but I had never played this tournament
which
format
is one
before.
place. Okay.
Yeah, one place. So but now I did it, and I was also just like Margay. I felt, yeah, this is the thing to do. It's much more fun. It's like an Olympiad or
Yeah.
something like that, or a European team championship. So
And the nice thing about it also, you can have all nationalities together as you want, you know, in your team.
yeah,
If you play,
Yeah.
you know, the team's competition,
yeah,
not the clubs. I mean, you
Yeah.
will have to have your countrymen, which is also nice and so on. But it creates a different dynamic,
yeah, yeah,
and all over the world. It's
Yes.
not only European. You can have players from Asia,
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah.
States, and Africa as well. And
Yeah, Wasson played,
Bassen played for.
but not for us.
Okay.
He played for another team.
He played for the
and
French team. Yes.
and in the first round he played against us.
Okay.
Yeah, and he was very sorry for that, and he
That's-
came to us and said, "I'm sorry, I have to play. My team
Yeah.
captain told me," and then we said, "It's okay."
It's always uncomfortable when something like this happens.
yeah. But we have to accept that.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It was
He had to
nice.
do his job to play the game.
Yeah. What can you do? So anyway, this game, Jonathan played e4. Margay did c5, and we had queen takes d4,
Okay.
a6 and c4. White goes for the center bind,
Yeah.
trying to grab the Marochi,
Marochi bind.
Marochi type of bind here, and I know that Margay likes to play against this
Yeah.
setup. And
He
I
likes
remember
systems of
from
G6.
the old days he was always doing well in this accelerated Sicilian type of position. So
It's a unique type of pawn structure.
yeah,
You need to understand really well what are you doing.
yes,
And when you get to know it very well, I think then you are very comfortable to play it all your life.
yeah.
That's how it is. You don't change it so easily. Okay. Goes for the exchange of queens.
So White has managed to secure some space, but Black is active with the queen. So the question is, let's say we should, if we do something like this, do you think he would take with the pawn? Maybe.
Okay.
Or do you take with the knight? Maybe take with the knight.
I think maybe the knight is more flexible somehow.
Yeah, and also you have if you do that, you have a threat to take.
Exactly.
A pawn.
D4 is hanging somehow. Knight D5.
So this
nothing, no.
yeah, no, you cannot exchange on c5.
No.
But it's always interesting just to see what happens. So probably you should do
Nice.
something else here.
Probably rook D1 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe
Knight D5.
play the knight.
Yeah.
No threat, but
And also continuing the idea of rook B1 somehow.
maybe go with b4 or something.
Yeah. And also the pawn is protected on B2, so you can try to. It's not so easy to see Black's next move, other than exchanging or
Yeah,
maybe knight.
it's interesting position. I know that Margay knows these things very well,
Yeah.
so I'm sure he's in his element, so to speak. I think he
Yeah.
likes this, but I think I would prefer to be white here.
There is space advantage.
Some space advantage. Maybe you can play like a5 or something just to try to stop this b4 thing. Okay, interesting.
And B5
So-
does not come to consideration. No.
b5.
Yeah, it's too ambitious. I think.
I don't know. Well, it looks like it's maybe the
Because
evaluation
after
bar
exchanging-
says it's not so good.
Nah.
I think you basically lose a pawn because
Yeah.
after you take on c5,
Exactly, you will not be able to take back.
the knight is hanging, right?
You won't be able to
Yeah,
take back.
yeah. So I think we should take a break. So we will take like maybe 10-15 minutes break, and then we'll be back again.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
We need some
Okay.
more coffee.
Yes. Okay. See you
Thank
in a
you.
while. Okay, welcome back after a small break. We are looking at the 5th round of the Rilton Cup, and by my side I have Omar from Egypt, the arbiter, international arbiter, and you have already explained what that is, which is a game in itself.
Yeah, it's
to become an international arbiter. Okay, so we will go from the top again, and we will look at the game between Liviak against Wadsworth, and it's King's Indian attack, it's called. And I think we had this position.
true. We start by b5, I think.
Yeah, and then there was rook e1,
Yeah.
standard move,
Yep.
castling, and e5. Knight e7 and knight f1, and this has been played many times before. a5, h4, bishop a6, knight h2, queen c7, bishop f4, rook fc8, h5, h6.
Somebody, a good friend of mine, told me that if you play this position with black, you never allow white to push h6. So as soon as the pawn goes to h5, black has to play h6.
Yeah, because if white is allowed to move up here, then you get all these weak black squares here, and you get this square is weak, and suddenly mate
Will be around the king.
will be around the corner, and you have to watch out. So h6 is normally the move. Queen d2, queen d8, bishop h3, b4. And I don't know how far theory goes or preparation goes, but this could certainly be preparation.
Yes, I think also, something like knight g4 is met by queen f8 or something like that. The idea of playing queen c7, rook f to c8, queen to d8, and then to defend with the queen. Because you have to do something also about the king side. That you cannot only push everything on the queen side and let the king gets mated. So I think I've seen some games ending with the queen on f8.
Yeah. Also, if white goes for h6, you can of course play bishop f8 first.
Yes.
And then if there's a sacrifice, then you take a couple of times, and then the queen comes to f8.
Exactly.
And everything is safe.
Well defended. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah. When I see Bassem play this, he always manages to break through somehow.
Yeah.
But my impression is that if black defends well, it's not so easy usually.
No.
And you could get into some sort of a standstill where it's not so easy to actually continue. But in this game, he played king h1 here, and I think the obvious idea is to play rook g1, I would say.
Yeah, g4, g5.
Something like this, maybe, coming with the rook and then pushing, basically just pushing through here. What do you think about that?
I think it's a very promising idea, I must say. It gives a lot if you manage to break through opening the G file. That will be a great achievement for white, probably winning the game.
Yeah.
And let's see how black will
that's not how it's usually
No,
done, right?
no.
It's not the standard plan.
Very often knight g4 ideas.
Yeah, it's more like knight g4 and then sacking on f6 or sacking on h6 or
Exactly.
these things. But he plays for a very sort of direct forcing way.
Yeah, with bishop to h3 also he's preparing it, king to g1, because also sometimes comes some brilliant ideas playing bishop to e4. Sacrificing on h6, the bishop goes on e4.
There is a famous Fischer game where he plays bishop e4, and that's the winning move.
Yeah,
And I think Bassem has played bishop e4 also.
true.
He held a seminar for the juniors in my club,
Okay.
and we had this King's Indian attack as the theme, and he showed some games typical games
Yes.
that he had been inspired by, and how he had done the same thing in his own games. And this, as you say, the bishop e4 sacrifice he showed, Interestingly.
Very interesting. Yeah.
I don't think he showed any game where White played King H1, Rook G1, and just
No.
pushed through the
I'm
G
not
pawn.
so much familiar with it. I'm trying to remember if. Okay, Black continued and pushed A5,
Mm-hmm.
A4, sorry.
Yeah.
He is getting some more. Continue with his general plan.
Yeah. If we look at the evaluation bar, it's always interesting to see if it sort of responds to moves, and it seems to say, well, it's chill, it's equal game, more or less.
It's somehow sometimes it's very difficult for the engines this type of positions where you have
because nothing is
playing-
happening.
exactly,
Yeah.
and then at a certain moment something appears. Then
Yeah, if we should say, is there anything negative with the king here? Well, there is a long diagonal down
true.
this way. So
True.
at some point, black could switch back to b7 with the bishop and create counterplay.
Yeah,
Let's say he plays bishop b7, even d4, and maybe e5 could be weak.
could be weak.
So-
Yes.
So maybe it's not so easy to make this this push, even though it looks promising.
Yeah,
I don't know.
and also Black simply just continues his idea on the
You
queen
know.
side.
Yeah. Do you want to play c4?
You want to play c4 maybe at some moment, maybe I'm not sure, to break through by b3 as well, sacrificing a pawn, opening up lines and then
Mhm.
diagonals.
Mm-hmm.
At some moment you need the play on the queen side simply. This
I
is
know
your-
that Fischer, when he played this, he used to play this with white.
Yeah,
He usually, when a4 came,
plays a3.
he liked to play this move.
Yeah. It's also a typical idea and theme to stop Black's
Yeah.
expansion on the queen side.
But I'm not sure it's so good now, and we can see that the evaluation bar does not like it.
No.
Because
So
you also open up the game a little
Yeah.
bit. Right.
A B file will be. Because I think if
So maybe it's not necessary. Maybe it's better to do something else.
I think yeah.
But
If
this-
you play bishop h3 and king h1, I think you should follow up with rook g1. I think so. Otherwise,
Let's try it.
let's try it and see if Black has something on the queen side quickly.
Yeah. So rook g1. For sure, if white gets another couple of moves, it will be dangerous.
Yeah, I think if White was allowed g4, g5, I think White can celebrate
Well, of course,
a happy new year early.
yeah, there is the e5 weakness at some point,
Yeah, it's hanging.
and
But can he switch now the rooks? I mean, if you try to
but should you move your king
king
aside?
to h8,
But
looks
then
to
maybe
be-
you can take at some point even.
Wow, yeah.
So you have to watch out. But then of course e5. It's
Yeah,
extremely
yeah,
difficult.
yeah.
Very tactical, very difficult position, and you have to be a really good calculator to play this.
I totally agree.
Like
It's-
Bassam.
It's a double-edged weapon, but
Yeah.
somebody said I'm at least attacking on the king side with the white pieces, so it's more valuable.
That's true.
If you lose a pawn on the queen side, maybe you will be able to hold the draw, or you still play for some time.
You can win even.
You can win.
Probably you
even,
have to give something maybe.
But you
I don't know
cannot
what. I think if black plays something like c4, maybe you can play just d4 and
yeah, I think you have to.
and well
And then you secure the e5
yeah.
pawn, and you play.
I don't know. Can you just play c3?
I think both players are. If we see them on the camera,
Oh, they're on the camera. Yeah.
we can see that the top board. They are ready for a fight with a coffee and drinking water and concentration, full concentration.
Mm-hmm.
And I think both of them are comfortable. Just the body language. It's just
Mhm,
checking how do they look at the chessboard. Both are confident. It's not so easy always to play, as I said, the early round.
Okay, we have a move actually.
G4.
G4 was played.
G4 was played, so the same idea is on.
Same idea, but
Maybe it's a good alternative than Rook G1. because you do
yeah.
not need the rook on g1 till now.
No, that's true.
Keep supports the e5 pawn, and the g5 is coming somehow.
Mm-hmm. And the tension is increasing.
Yeah, now white says, okay, my plan is simple, very easy, I'm continuing. Show me what you have on the queen side.
Well, maybe you should go c4 here.
c4.
Maybe not, I don't know. Should you play go here?
I think d4 would be always good for white.
But c3.
c3. You take
I'm thinking
once and
let's
queen
take
e3. Once and queen e3. Knight b4. Knight b4.
Maybe here.
Yeah. Not so easy to defend the pawn on c2.
Or maybe even play the rook to b2. Some move like this.
Okay. And how would you answer g5? You would take once, or what? g5. Probably have to.
No,
you will just wait.
I think this looks like white is first. I mean, he's attacking here, so probably dangerous.
Yeah.
So
I think black has to be really concrete in the next couple of moves, as you mentioned.
yeah, that's the problem. So after g4, you have to find the right move.
Yeah.
And the question is what to do.
It is as simple as that. I have my plan. G5 is coming. Show me what you can on the queen side. And you have to be really dangerous so that I can.
Well, we have the idea of playing at some point d4 here. I don't know if that's a move.
Okay.
And then to switch back with the bishop here.
To exploit the king on each
I'll
one.
try to exploit this thing here.
Okay.
It's a possibility.
Yeah. Also, maybe in the future, trying to play knight b6, knight d5.
Could be. Also a possibility.
A square for one of the pieces.
Yeah.
Or queen d5 itself at some moment, if the bishop.
And also you fix the d, so maybe you can even play like
push
this
c4,
at some point. So
yeah.
you have different ideas.
Okay.
It's not an easy choice.
No.
It's not an easy choice. I would with black here. I would be a bit anxious actually. G4 is threatening.
Yeah.
And of course they have no idea that our evaluation bar says that it's equal.
Okay.
So for them it might suddenly be losing or winning.
Unless they have already analyzed this idea at home.
Well, but I don't think so because they have look at the times.
Yeah.
I think they have analyzed it in general and similar positions, but one small change and everything changes. So.
But Tom, if I ask you, which side of the board would you choose for yourself?
No, I like to attack, so I think I would be more happy with the white.
With the white pieces.
Yeah.
Because
I don't
so.
I don't see the concrete plan for black here. You can play c4, you can play c3 and so on.
True.
But I don't really see how that transforms into
and I think Matthew is thinking now very, very much. It's very critical what we'll do. Shall we try to see something for black defending plan on the king side? I mean,
you mean to
after g5, what would happen? I mean, how can we face it? Would we take ones, exchange the couple of bishops? Because after g5 we have to take at least h takes g5.
Yeah, you would like to play like king h8, but it looks it runs into this thing here.
6.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not so easy to queen f8. Does it help anything? No.
Let's say we play just for
Bring
fun.
Her Majesty close to the king.
And the evaluation bar goes up drastically immediately.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's a very sensitive position.
Yeah. And I think queen f8 doesn't do much.
Doesn't help.
No, it doesn't help. It doesn't help. So
no, touching the f pawn, does it help anything? Nothing.
You don't want to touch that because
No.
e6,
No, we always tell the players who start
something
playing,
like this. You
Yeah,
see
everything.
the bar goes up like.
do not touch the pawns in front of the king.
Don't touch this. Yeah. No, but I think we said d4,
d4,
and it seems to be at least not
not a bad choice.
it's at least playable. let's make a few moves just to see what
Yeah.
happens. Let's say we
Prepare
what
more
you
with
want
rook
what
G1.
rook g1.
Okay.
And should we maybe we should do this? I don't
I
know.
think bishop b7 is the idea, yeah. Playing d4 and bishop b7. This is the counter, real counter.
I mean, at
Yeah.
least we understand we are doing something, right?
Yeah.
We are locking white a little bit because now g5.
It's not so easy.
Yeah, we can see that the evaluation bar does not
yeah,
like
just
g5.
simply take
Yeah,
once on
we
g5.
take.
And it's not so easy.
Oh, maybe that's not the best. Maybe there's a maybe e5 is hanging. Also
e5 is hanging, is on the
like this.
oops.
And suddenly we have real counterplay because white is not winning when he
True.
takes on h6. Okay, he can get a check, but it's not the end of the world, and there are problems here.
Yeah. This diagonal bishop b7. So the idea playing d4 and bishop b7 looks to be the future of survival for black.
At least it's something because we can see that if you touch anything on the king side, queen f8,
True.
f6, whatever.
And c4 is not enough, I think.
No, you don't.
a3 is not enough.
No.
It's
And I
simply-
think if there is a weakness in white's position now, it's on this diagonal.
True.
And if you can force white to move back, well then the attack is.
Then it's a
Stopped.
great achievement already.
Yeah. And then you go on the queen side,
True.
right? So
So d4 bishop b7 is more accurate.
yeah, this looks like. I think if I was black here, I would go for something like this.
Yeah.
I would be very afraid, to start actions playing like b3 or something over here, but I don't know. Shall we go to another game?
Yeah.
So we had a draw on board 2. Then we have this game.
Dominic and
Not
Promise.
not so much has happened here. Well,
No.
we've had some developments.
okay.
C3, Queen E7,
C3, Queen E7.
and then we see this G5 move. We talked
Okay.
about it, and we expected it. And of course, you get rid of the pin, but again, you have to live with the
H6 G5.
yeah. So pluses and minuses.
That's how it is in life.
Yeah, it's
As
like
on the
you
chessboard.
cannot have everything.
No,
You have to make a choice.
you have to.
And
make a
then
choice.
castling and the bishop g4. And it seems we are actually still in theory, or at least this has been played before.
Okay.
At least I can see it in lead chess there has been played, but in master games it has not been played. But I have seen similar positions. It's not so usual that maybe black has not castled yet, but I would expect maybe a castling here.
Yeah. I think
Black
all
could play like h5, h4, try to win.
bishop.
But there is knight g5, I mean,
Yeah.
at some point. You can always play h3, so you're not trapping the bishop.
After h5, I think we should be answered by h3.
So maybe maybe this now,
Maybe
it's white's
h3
move.
directly.
Yeah, I think h3 looks like a decent move.
Again, black has to.
You
make
don't
a
want to
choice.
take probably,
No.
so maybe you go
Bishop to h5 probably. Yeah.
something like this. Maybe now you move the queen or something.
Queen to c2 maybe.
Yeah. It's a game.
Yeah.
Nothing math. I think we should go back to this later and see what happens. So we go to
Board
Oh.
4.
this is our Dutch.
The Dutch.
Yeah, and we have
strong.
the young
No, the
young Indian
right.
player Raja Rithwik, or I don't know how it's pronounced. Rithwik.
Raja Ritwik. Yeah.
Rithwik, yeah. And there's Khan Kusikshari, the Turkish name but the Swedish player.
Okay.
And let's see what happened. We were looking at this. Yeah, we had this position, and as expected, e5 was played. Take,
Takes.
b3,
B3.
and
Knight e4 is not a threat now.
well,
You simply take on e4, and if takes backs on e4, knight d4, or
yeah,
takes the rook on e1. Because it's interesting pin.
yeah, we take,
Take
and I
here.
think you play bishop g5, right? Or
Yep.
no, maybe
Or
you
knight
just
b6,
take. Yeah,
yeah.
maybe you take.
Yeah, I think it's very okay
Yeah.
for white. Very, very okay for white. If it's not really good position.
The evaluation bar says that this is good for
White.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can
And
imagine
also,
that.
if you think about it, I mean, the pieces are already very active for
Mhm.
white, easy development, space, and getting 2 pawns for the exchange, more or
you,
less.
you threaten moves
Bishop
like this
G5
or
in the
knight
air,
G5, and this is strong here. So yeah. Anyway, he played
So-
knight A6,
96.
and we are still in theory here.
Yep.
Knight
Knight
G5,
give
queen
me the
E7.
bishop, queen E7, takes. Bishop B2.
Knight C5, queen C2. This has been played many
Okay.
times.
Some more exchanges. And we reach the eternal battle on the chessboard. Bishop against knight.
Yeah.
For white, for black, for whatever.
So here we have an interesting position. Black has managed to develop everything, but I would say that the white position is slightly safer.
Easier to play, the D
Yeah.
line.
Yeah, the D line, and
D6 square,
also a
D6 pawn.
better king. This king here,
Yeah,
I don't like it so much.
no.
I always tell my juniors that this is one of the worst king positions you can have, because these pawns don't protect much.
No.
As soon as there is a, let's say, comes a rook to the 7th or 8th or something, the
Then
king
would
is
be
very
embarrassed.
very embarrassed. And also on the diagonals, it's not protected, so it's protected from frontal attacks, but very vulnerable. But white has a very nice fianchetto king position.
And somebody said also in the early days, the bishop is a bishop.
Always, yeah. I think someone even
It-
said that the worst bishop is better than the best
Yeah.
knight. Someone said, I think it was Tartakover. This is of course a controversial statement, but there is some point to it. Yeah.
But it's easier for white. We agree that easier game for white at least.
Yeah, it's easier
You
for
have a
white, yeah,
target,
for sure. Yeah,
you have
yeah.
an open line,
Yeah,
a semi-open line, and you have something to play on.
true. True.
And also the knight is not so comfortable on e4.
No,
I
it
mean,
can, it can always be exchanged.
Yes,
But,
and
but the knight can never exchange itself for the bishop, right?
no,
So
No.
I would give white a plus here. But still,
I
black
agree.
has a fairly solid position.
it's very interesting choice of the opening. You managed to exchange some pieces,
Mm-hmm.
quite a lot, you know, 3 pieces and so on, but you reach a position that simply white is still has an edge. You know?
Yeah, I think that's
Black did not
that's the story of the Dutch.
succeed to equalize.
That's the story of the Dutch.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the next one.
Next board.
This is the London system,
Yeah, with d takes c5 after g6.
and they have not made so many moves. It's a very slow game. So
Okay.
bishop g7. In this position, we had we had this position.
Yes, g6 takes on c5.
And we looked at queen a5. He didn't do that. He played
No,
bishop
bishop
g7.
g7.
Yeah.
Looks to be
c3.
normal. c3.
And now he's ready to play knight b3 if he wants to.
Yeah.
Castles, bishop b5, knight h5, knight b3, f6.
Okay. Very interesting.
And
e5 is coming, or threatened at least.
yeah,
The bishop is not so much comfortable on f4, I must say.
no, it's true. But
But the diagonal is weak, and the
Wha-
king's
white?
diagonal.
white,
Maybe
white
c4?
has a pawn here.
And maybe try a move like c4. I do not know.
You mean you want to?
Play c4 now, I
Yeah.
mean, because the diagonal is weak, and the king is not so... The drawback of f6 and
Mm,
e5
yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Just
It's
trying to... But
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure.
No, who knows? Yeah.
c4 and... because, yeah, you try to counter e5. You simply want to take on d5.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, there is some logic to this for sure.
Could black continue by taking the bishop on f4?
Yeah, I guess.
That takes f4. Pawn takes, and then what? You don't have d4 even.
No,
It's
but
not so easy.
No, I'm not so sure this is the right thing.
No,
Maybe you
I
should.
Bishop e6? I don't know.
I was thinking, what about something like a6?
a6, yeah. And if you
But then maybe
try to take on d5, you take on b5. Take the knight, take the pawn, yeah.
I don't know.
But you still have the pawn.
There's still a pawn. So maybe it's not so good. I don't know. It's difficult to say.
It's very difficult to say.
If you play e5,
Can you take on d5 with the pawn?
maybe.
Take on f4, take on c6, yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, but this looks good for white.
This is very good, yeah, for white,
Yeah.
I think.
So it's not so easy, obviously.
No. What will Ilham choose? The
Well-
young
well,
international master from
Yeah,
Norway.
yeah. What's the move? What's the move? Well, c4 is interesting move here, for sure.
It's, I think, the most challenging one for black, because if you leave black plays e5 next move,
Yeah. If you allow black to get all his pieces out, play maybe e5, bishop e6, and all these things, then it's not so easy. So what is the move here? What is the move for black?
of course we do not need to go back to g5 ideas.
Ah,
It doesn't help.
Nah, I'm not so sure about that.
No, not in this position, at least.
Actually, he didn't play this move.
Okay. What did he choose instead?
He played bishop,
Bishop to
g3.
g3.
Yeah, very conservative,
Very conservative, calm move.
but also not too bad. He
Yeah.
wants to keep a sound pawn formation. He doesn't want these weird exchanges on f4 and things like that.
True.
Now, if black takes on g3, you take with h pawn, you have this very solid pawn
Pawn
formation,
structure,
and
yeah.
he still has his extra pawn, right?
True.
And
True.
c4. But now probably you can just play e5 maybe.
Maybe after e5 would answer with c4.
Yeah, but now it's not quite as strong, because
No.
now we can probably just play
Bishop to e6.
maybe bishop e6. Maybe, I don't know.
Taking once and castling.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
then the pawn looks to be okay somehow. Healthy pawn is turning into slowly to a healthy pawn,
Yeah.
not a doubled anymore.
No,
and
it's true. It's true. But I don't. It's not easy for black to prevent this.
And I think here white will play for two results.
Yes. But c4. Maybe we have something. Maybe there is something else. I don't know.
Because if black is allowed bishop to e6, I mean, if I castled with
Mhm.
white pieces, then bishop e6, then I would not be able to play c4 easily.
Yeah.
I think so, at least. That's
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah. I agree.
The pawns look very nice on e5 and d5, but it's hard to keep them.
It's true. Yeah. No, but white clearly is slightly better in this position,
Yeah.
I would say. That's my view.
Probably queen a5 should have been played instead of bishop g7 early in the opening. When you
Yeah,
made
maybe,
G6
maybe
white,
it's-
maybe. I'm not sure about theory.
I think black is still okay here. I don't believe it's that much, but I don't see
No.
the simple solution. There is no simple solution.
No. c4, bishop e6, you take once, and yeah.
Well, I mean, you can.
The
always-
only
you
awkward
can
thing
always
also
take here.
the knight on b3 for white.
Mm-hmm.
But it's at least protecting d4. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
versus knight on c3, which is low.
Yeah. He took on g3.
Okay. He goes for a concrete variation, takes, and then
Yeah, I think we. Yeah, and there was h takes,
and then
and then he played e5.
he played e5. Okay. At least now black can claim that he has the bishop pair as a compensation
Yeah.
for the pawn.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he has the pair of bishops, he has the center.
He has easy development, probably bishop to e6, and so maybe at some moment we'll put pressure on the queen side and play a move like b6 at some moment to put more pressure on the b2 and
Right.
c3.
It's possible.
pawns,
Possible. I think black just wants to make maybe bishop e6, the queen goes away, the rook comes to the middle, and slowly just develop the position. And he has his center, and he has always something compensation for a pawn.
True.
So he can just.
And even after the ideas with c4,
Yeah.
exchange a pair of the pawns in the center, black, as we said, can claim that I'm opening up the position
Right.
for the pair of bishops.
Right. Yeah.
So a
Yeah.
balanced game at least.
It looks to be reasonably balanced. So we go to the next game.
Top seed.
We have the top seed. And we have this position.
Oh,
It's not so balanced because we have bishop pair against the knight pair.
yeah.
But black seems to be pretty stable here. So
Solid.
let's go back and see where we were. So we had the bishop b4 check, and
Yes.
we got e3. I think we were in this, or maybe this position.
Yeah, just before castling. Yeah.
yeah.
Knight to e2. Interesting.
I think goes for. We
Okay.
talked about should you exchange the bishop for the bishop
the
or for the
bishop,
knight,
yes.
but he goes for exchanging bishops for knights.
And Saskarian chooses knight ge2. I mean earlier, out of
Mhm.
the normal knight to f3.
And here we have the exchange, and the king goes up.
Wow.
So ambitious play.
Very much. By both, I think.
Yeah, yeah. Now he goes
Okay.
in.
Artificial castling. c6. Okay, the pawn on b7 is not possible to take.
No,
the queen
because-
gets trapped.
Yeah, rook fb8.
Yes.
So this position, I think, is it should be a little bit better for white,
Yeah.
but the bishops are not dominating here.
No, the pawn structure is somehow fixed also. Not so easy pawn push.
No, so it's a long way to
Yeah.
to develop this position for white.
Wouldn't it be? The rooks are also a little bit. I mean, if you try to play f3 e4, open up the position, then your rooks are misplaced on a1 and c1.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you need to do some more.
So you should shift,
Yeah.
play rook
because-
e1.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the move here. Something like that.
Because it looks to be like the Carlsbad pawn structure, but the pawn on a4 and the pawn on a5, these two pawns somehow.
Maybe you could play some move like queen a3, maybe.
Yeah, exchanging queens and pushing b4 as well.
Yeah, that was
in
my
the
idea.
future, yeah,
Because I think
Very
in the ending the bishops will.
prevail. No.
Yeah, they will prevail, but in the middle game, you don't know for sure. Maybe
No.
black can get the kingside attack somehow with h5, h4, knight goes to e4, knight goes to f5, and so on,
Yes.
doubling the rooks on the e file and everything. So queen a3 is a possibility. And after taking, maybe you could even take with the pawn and play on the b file. So, yeah. Or you take with the rook and then you might play b4. But of course, I think maybe black will keep the queens. What do you think?
I think it's better for black to keep the queens because any step forward to the endings promises white more chances.
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
So maybe queen here or something.
Queen to d7, but then b4.
Maybe b4.
Yeah. How can you
Take it.
take it and take
Maybe
back?
take with the queen or something. I like
It's-
white. I
yeah,
like white.
Yeah, for sure. I
Maybe.
would choose white as well.
But it's still a game, and we can see the evaluation bar says equal game.
Yeah.
And I think it's if black plays the knight to d6 here, something like playing here, and then you just put the knight here, and both his knights are protecting, and it's not easy, and the a pawn could be a weakness sometimes. it will be a long game, interesting game. So let's go to the next one.
Yep.
And we have this one.
The King's Indian with knight e5 early.
Yeah. So let's see where we were.
Queen c7. He pushed e5.
Yes, he
I
played Queen c7, Bishop d2,
Yeah.
and then e5.
Yeah. e5 is always very challenging for white. Which variation are you going to choose? Will you allow the outpost on f4, and then
Yeah.
you will have to exchange a bishop for it?
Yeah, I don't.
And
I
knight
think.
is-
I think then it's if you don't take,
Yeah.
then f5 and knight f4 and everything is
True.
really nice for black. So he took.
He took on
Yeah,
e6.
and the bishop takes.
And then the other choice, having the d6 backward
Yeah,
pawn.
and then he plays
Queen to b6.
queen b6, knight e5 takes.
Okay. This is not so good
Then-
idea to take the pawn on b2.
Well, white can always take back by just playing rook b1.
Rook b1 and
Probably.
then the queen will
Or
be
maybe
not so-
maybe he can even trap the queen somehow. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah. Knight e5, no. Yeah, I think it's no. You should neutralize white on the e line somehow.
Yeah, he played rook e8,
He played rook e8. Yeah, good.
e3, queen c7, and now surprisingly king f1.
So he's preparing maybe the exchange of the rooks on the e line, and the king is.
He is going for the center with the king. Yeah. Why not? Queen d7, take, king takes. As you said,
Okay.
knight f6.
So,
Yeah, white is still to be preferred.
the space advantage says,
Space advantage?
but not so many weaknesses.
No, no.
And if black at some moment manages to push b5, somehow freeze the game a little bit.
I
At
don't
some
think,
moment.
but it's not easy. How to
No.
do? But maybe knight e8, knight c7, something like that could
Yeah.
be a possibility.
Or simply taking the line by queen e7 as well,
Yeah, yeah.
and knight d7, and playing it solidly without the idea of b5. I mean, sometimes when white goes for more attack, or something tries to push things, squeezes up black with g4.
Right.
So then you have this releasing b5 idea. But,
It's definitely one of those options that at some point it will be very helpful.
but I predict a draw in this game somehow. Just a feeling.
Yeah. I
They-
think
they will not make mistakes here.
Smirim will for sure try to create something,
Yeah.
but I think the white player Kelle, he seems to be he's not in the mood for taking risks in this game.
No.
And so I agree with you. I think a draw is not
More
unlikely.
likely to,
More
to
likely
happen.
than a win.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we come to this game between Galperin and Olsson.
Yep. The very interesting unorthodox opening.
Yeah, in this position, black surprised everyone with g5,
Yep.
knight h5 and castles, and we had some exchanges and knight c3.
Okay.
And now knight f. I think we had this position, and now
Yes, knight f8 is a new move for us, at least. In this
a very,
position.
very original play here.
We stopped by knight c3. Okay. Somebody also said that do not put a knight on the edge of the board, but this one looks to be very active. There are some squares that is threatening g7, f5,
Well,
and so on, but pressing on f6,
you mean the white? Yeah.
the white knight on
Yeah.
on
But
on
black also
h5.
has his knights on the edge.
Very, yeah, very, very strangely placed.
Yeah. Okay, so he played rook e1. White plays normal moves, I would say.
Okay.
King b8,
Yep. Trying to.
and now surprising attack with the knight.
Okay, what is the main idea to come to f5? I think.
Yeah, I guess it's just going here. So queen c7.
Okay. What is the idea of queen c7? It's very moving the bishop somehow, attacking the knight. I don't know, because in the future, a rook might be on c1. not
Yeah.
so far. I mean, hitting the queen and so on.
Yeah.
So
I don't know exactly what the idea is.
trying to push
I-
h5,
this is a
h4
game that I have difficulties with.
to understand.
Yeah, Black's play is so unusual that
Yeah.
I don't know what to think.
Simple ideas with queen b3.
I think maybe he's contemplating some h5, h4 things.
Yeah.
Maybe he's contemplating like playing bishop d6, maybe going for some sort of sacrifice,
Sure.
something, knight to g6, I don't know. So
Yeah.
he has some ideas.
Probably on the b8, h2
So we
diagonal.
don't-
Yeah.
Anyway, in the game there was
Oh.
also surprising, I would say.
Wow.
h4.
Okay, preparing bishop f4. Simply if you take.
Yeah.
then
But
bishop
still,
f4.
again, you have to live with it. So Black played h6.
Yeah. Which is normal.
No.
But okay, I think.
So which would you prefer, white or black here?
For sure white.
Yeah, I agree.
The knights on g8 and f8
Mm.
looks to be a little bit difficult for
Also,
me.
also the bishop on e7, I don't know.
Looks a bit
And the knight
fisherman.
f5 move, and
Looks like a bit of fisher random from the
yeah,
starting position.
at least random.
Yeah.
Well, white has, in my view, he has some nice moves, like queen f3 would be a nice move at some point.
Yeah.
Knight f5 looks very normal and strong. So I don't know what's the best move here. Maybe just play here.
How can you defend the pawn on d5?
Yeah.
Yeah, the knights are really challenging.
It looks good.
It looks good for white.
Another move would be just to play knight here.
Yeah.
Also possible. Also very natural move. These are the sort of obvious moves to play in the position.
True.
But there, of course, you could do something else. I mean, the queen on c7. Let's move the bishop and play rook ac1. Cannot be bad, right?
No. Simply the queen does not have a good place. The black queen, she
Yeah, it's true.
doesn't have a comfortable square to stay on, or an easy task. The knight on g7, although it looks to be, as I always say when we start to play chess, don't take a piece so far away from the others. It's a bit isolated, no coordination between, but it is doing a very good job on the white squares. F5 and e6. So it's against the rules, but simply it's doing a good job.
It's true. Yeah. I think we will just leave this to the players, and they will have to come up with a continuation.
Yep.
And we saw Jung-Min Seo. Oh. What's happening here? Yeah, we
What was the
had this,
position? Yes.
and there was a queen exchange,
Okay.
not unexpected,
No.
and black plays g5.
Okay.
Very active play.
Very nice idea, actually.
Yeah, it's a nice idea.
And I think he had it already at home, preparation.
Yeah, it's actually, I've analyzed these types of positions,
Okay.
and g5 is often a good move. You should challenge this e5 pawn, because if this pawn falls here on e5, then the black position becomes much easier to play.
True.
So
And also one good old rule: attack the pawn chains at its bases.
right.
So
right.
g5 looks very logical.
And there was he took it, bishop g7, and suddenly we see all the
Pieces active.
minor pieces are active. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Amazing.
this seems to be actually a little bit better for black. And we said that before. That maybe it's at least comfortable for black.
Yeah.
Bishop e2,
Okay.
castling, rook d2, bishop d4.
All sorts of rook takes d4 now in the air. All the fire.
Knight f3, things like that.
fireworks,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
New Year fireworks.
another pawn move.
h6. Bishop takes. Okay. That is a very brave decision to exchange on e5.
And white took the pawn
Yeah.
and b5. So white has won a pawn, but that pawn is gone. It will be
Yeah.
taken a bit by the king. And we have a rather simple, in one way, simple ending, because it's obvious that black is better because of the pair of bishops and the pressure on the queen side. So Jung-Min Seo has he has some problems here. I think he has to fight for a draw. But I mean,
Could he try an idea of g4, g5 to keep this pawn alive? I do not know. But then the weakened squares are around the king.
but there's always bishop f4, and the risk is that you lose
Yeah.
two pawns
Oh
instead
my
of
God.
one.
Yeah.
That, that could happen.
True.
That could happen.
True. This
So-
bishop on e5 is just worth a lot.
This is very strong. So there are many threats here. And
And
the question is always when you play with a knight like this, the knight, where does it go? What's it doing?
And there are no weak points in the black camp. There is nothing that you okay.
Well,
the
you
pawn
would like
e6,
maybe if you could attack here,
yeah.
that would be good.
But how can you reach it? Also, it's the d6 square is well covered. The bishop is standing very not so easy targets
No, I agree.
for the white pieces to. You would like maybe to play bishop maybe to f3 and knight to e4, trying
Yeah.
to create some activity for the pieces, but
I agree.
white has to really sweat for a draw here. We would say that.
I think now we're gonna check Westerberg Peterson, and then we take a break.
Wonderful.
So this will be your countryman.
The queen c5 idea that
Oh,
we had on the board,
yeah.
offering an exchange of queens.
Yeah, and he played an immediate. We didn't see this move, but he played knight
Knight to
a4.
a4. You exchange, not me.
Yeah, basically. There was an exchange. Rook b8,
Okay. b5
FC1.
in the air, making it difficult.
and then there was another exchange. Ah, he took with a pawn. That's a bit surprising.
Okay, securing the d4 square or what?
Yeah, but on the other hand, he gives white a pawn majority
True.
and the potential passed pawn. But he gets the d4 square. So
He gets the d4 square, but he blocks also the bishop on g7.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. But
Always
there is it's we can see that there is some ambition here going on.
true.
He wants to win also, not just take a draw.
No.
And so knight b6, knight e4, bishop f1,
Okay.
f5.
Very interesting.
Evaluation bar says white is better.
Okay. It's very active move, f5.
Yeah, but
f3 would be a possibility.
yeah, definitely. That might be the move actually.
Creating a square for the bishop on e3 if
Yeah.
f4 comes and protecting the e4 pawn. Looks to be
But as you said,
Logical.
one of the problems with this, even though it looks very nice, it's the bishop here.
yeah.
You have a bishop on g7, and where's it going? If you let's say you continue with f4 at some point, well, then this cannot
No.
go anywhere. So I
No.
think this d takes e5 again. It's a decision you have to
Yeah.
live with.
Yeah.
And
Concession in the pawn structure and
yeah,
structure.
concession in the pawn structure, and
And the knight on d4 doesn't look to be doing much. I mean, it's strong piece, very well in the center.
It's blocks, but I mean we see white having. I mean, let's say white gets some moves here.
Yes, b4,
comes,
a4, c5, b4.
Everything comes,
yes.
and we can see all the white pieces are working here. He has the
True.
knight.
True.
He has the bishop on f1 very nicely. Ah, he exchanges.
Oh.
That was a surprise to me. I would
Very much.
Yeah.
Was he afraid of bishop e6, for example, or why? I mean, where would this bishop go?
I don't know.
I would have preferred a move like b4 here.
Yeah, I would have kept my knight.
Yeah.
But he did it this way. I mean,
Okay.
we cannot
No, we
Uh,
cannot take back.
we cannot take it back. We have to accept it. That's how it. But
How
I
it
think that's a
works.
little bit of a relief. Maybe a relief. Of course, white has the pair of bishops. He has a pawn majority.
But I mean, now the knight is valuable on d4.
Of course.
I mean, in my opinion, more valuable than it was before the exchange on c8.
Yeah, it looked like white had a very good sort of control. Maybe
Yeah.
now black has some more options.
Very interesting. I would like to see what's the idea of Jonathan here taking on c8. I mean,
Probably he just thinks, I have the pair of bishops, and I take the bishop before he develops it to e6, you know.
okay.
So I can understand this.
And then maybe he pushes just b4, c5 after that. I mean, as you mentioned, after taking on e5, there is a majority.
Or maybe just
For
f3, first f3,
Yeah,
and then you just play around the knight on d4.
yeah.
Okay, I think we will take a break now for about 15 minutes, and then we will be back.
Wonderful.
Yeah, okay. See you in a bit. Okay, so we're back after a break, and we will jump into the round immediately, and we will start off with this interesting King's Indian attack game, and we will go back to where we were. I think we were here,
D4, yes.
and black didn't play d4,
No.
which was for our suggestion, but he went for a similar idea. He played
Bishop
bishop
B7.
b7. Yeah.
Maybe better before committing to D4 to...
Yeah, it's more flexible maybe.
Yeah.
Rook g1,
Okay.
and now he went for a different idea. He didn't play d4.
What would he do?
Instead, he played this,
Okay.
which the computer says, according to the evaluation bar, was a big blunder.
Oh,
And to me, it looks a bit strange. Why bishop b7 and knight d4? Isn't that very...
true. It looks to be like mixing ideas.
I mean, the logical move here, as we expected, would be to play
For sure
d4.
D4,
Yeah.
For sure D4, I would say.
Putting pressure on this guy,
Yeah.
and putting pressure on this...
Knight B6, Queen D5. Very, very great ideas at some moment.
But he played knight d4, he had his own ideas,
Okay.
and that's the way it is. So it was an
White
exchange.
answered with a standard idea, taking
Yeah.
on D4.
And now he played knight f3, which...
Okay, why not G5 then?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. What happens if you
Now
play this?
it's easy.
Yeah.
He wants to keep control of the E5 probably with knight to F3, but okay, how do you answer G5? You have to take or what? I think black is in a difficult situation. Because
No, G5, I wonder... Well, I guess he was afraid of takes.
And then taking on E5 or what?
Take here, maybe. Maybe take here.
Yeah? But
I mean,
Queen
this-
F4 for example, or
Maybe bishop h6.
maybe Bishop H6.
Maybe.
Or is it possible to take on E7 and Queen H6?
Also an idea.
Just coming directly, and if Queen F8...
But then you could play knight g6 if you
Knight
want to.
G6, yes, yes.
And I don't know if there's any...
And it's a nice tactical defensive idea.
Yeah, so... but this seems to me like this could be very, very good. And...
Okay, so simply you cannot get all the attack without sacrificing something, the pawn on E5.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you should play actively somehow and push G5 when you have the chance.
Yeah, right.
I recall...
Well, I mean, this must be good for white, but of course, if you don't see how you exactly break the position, maybe you prefer to do something else, I don't know. But maybe there could be some tactics with like bishop takes e6 here. Something like that.
wow,
Maybe not.
pawn
The computer does say
takes.
it's... yeah, I was thinking maybe now the g7 is very vulnerable if you play
Yeah.
something like this. But maybe you can even play g6.
Yeah.
Or maybe not.
Okay.
It's very, very difficult.
Very tactical, yeah.
Yeah, very, very
Needs
tactical.
to
Yeah. But in the
calculate.
he didn't want to play g5 for some
I
reason.
think it's a missed opportunity, Iri, we can call it like that.
Maybe.
I mean, white does not push G5 immediately, it's a missed opportunity.
But he played knight f3,
Okay,
and black
plays B3,
rushed forward. Take,
take once,
take.
and then take on B3,
Take.
yeah?
And now black
Gives
notice.
another pawn. Already black sacrificed the pawn on the queen side and sacrificing another pawn on the king side.
I'm not so impressed by black's play here because the bishop on a8 looks like completely out of play. So this
Yeah.
must be better somehow for white, right?
I totally agree. Also with an extra pawn on the queen side and maybe an extra pawn on the king side, because now I think
Yeah,
you should take
yeah.
on G5 twice.
Yeah.
Otherwise Bishop G5 would be good. So
Yeah, I agree. No, this is very
and you still have the attack.
difficult.
I mean, you are 2 pawns and you still have the attack.
Well, let's make some moves. See what happens. Should we take with the knight, maybe?
I think so, yeah.
Knight takes.
It's better to keep the bishop.
Yeah, we get
somehow.
this tempo. We threaten the queen. And
Queen to c7, putting more pressure on e5. Maybe trying to exchange queens on.
yeah.
But rook c1, huh? Maybe we switch back to.
Ah, you
I
want
do
to?
not know. No,
But
then
then
e5 will
you
fall,
lose
yeah,
e5,
yeah.
so
It's not the best. I was
But-
hoping to exchange the heavy pieces somehow, and then we go to an ending with the 2 pawns up. So. Okay.
well, you look at moves like bishop f6 and things like that. I don't know if it works,
And if takes.
but maybe you can just take once with the pawn and then
Yeah.
queen e5.
What about the
may-
greedy f4?
Oh yeah,
Bishop. Very greedy,
yeah. It's
but I do not know.
yeah.
It's queen
So,
c2
so maybe something like this.
exchanging. I just want to say, okay, the attack is fine. I got 2 pawns, pair of bishops, and I'm ready to play the ending now.
Yeah, maybe take.
But maybe it's not that easy. Rook g2, rook c1,
Rook a1. I don't know.
rook a1. Yeah,
But maybe
chasing
then
the
bishop c6. It's not so clear. Maybe here.
But could you check and play rook c8? Try the pin. Rook a. No, you cannot. No, sorry. It won't work.
No,
No,
it's not so clear how to continue.
no. You are 2 pawns up, but black has really activity now. The rook is very, very active.
Yeah, when the
f6 possible also,
knight comes.
because f6 the idea to play e5 and open up also for the
Could
h1
could
a8
happen.
diagonal.
Could happen. So, in practice, you don't want this with white.
No, you want to choose an easy way of winning.
Yeah,
when you start to.
you would like to crash through, and that's the problem. The pawn on g5 or on g4 is blocking the attack. So
True.
white would really like to remove this. If he could just take it off the board, he would probably do that.
What is the situation on the clock for both players? Can we see if somebody
Yeah,
is getting into
22 against
Okay.
26. So
Okay, so they are getting low on time.
about equal on time, but
I believe the time control they get 30 minutes after
yes,
move 40.
I think so. And it's 30 seconds per move, yeah.
So
But they are only on move 24,
okay,
so they have lots of moves to make,
true.
and it's quite a tense position. I think we will just have to move on.
To the next games.
Yeah. And here we have this Spanish game.
Yeah, with
and,
h6
and
g5
black has not he has not
decided.
castled yet.
Yeah.
So let's see. So we had I think we had this position, bishop g4, and white played rook e1, knight h5, knight f1, take, queen f6, take, h3,
Okay.
and now h5.
Okay. Typical ideas: opening the h line,
Yes.
creating. If you put the queen and rook on the h line, then you are really, really threatening
Yeah, and I think if you take,
strong attacks.
you just take back, and the knight is stuck here because
Yeah.
f2 is very
Hanging.
very vulnerable down here, and we have
True.
this extremely strong bishop coming here, and the queen is coming down here, and we have the rook.
If you play knight f5,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, he will guess. I guess he will take. Well, this happened actually in the game, so
Okay.
yeah. So there was a knight f5, as you said.
Okay, he stopped the
Take,
queen
take.
from coming to the h line temporarily.
Maybe now there is a risk that this game will just peter out. Lots of exchanges, and then in the end, maybe a draw.
Yeah, if white manages to stop the attack on the h line, because it can be really decisive, then I think the
Well, I mean, I guess you could take on e7 maybe.
yeah.
What happens if you do that? Maybe black is slightly better. Should you take here maybe?
I think so.
Take, king takes. I was thinking maybe just play king g2. Is there anything going on here? Well,
Rook h4 and the other rook too, doubling of the h line, but then you can exchange twice. But the pawn I mean, it looks to me very equal.
I don't know, if you take, maybe you can take with the pawn, but...
Okay, interesting. And maybe try to push f4 and king f3 at some moment.
It seems to be quite equal.
Yeah. I don't think something will happen in this position.
But of course, you don't have to take on e7 here. There are other moves. So what can you do? So black, I don't know if it's a threat to take on f5. You can take with the queen, of course. Attacking f7. So I don't know. It's not clear.
No.
Well, I don't think we
but
can.
But the position looks to be balanced.
It's balanced, yeah, and we see the evaluation bar is dead in the middle, so it's a drawish position. And I think it was at some point it was heating up, but now white has chosen to sort of calm things down and go for the exchanges. Yeah, liquidate, and it's probably a draw going on. So let's go to the Dutch. And not so much has happened.
No. Bishop went to f3, king to h6.
Let's see what happened.
Okay.
So we had rook fd1. I think we saw this.
Yeah, the rook was on d4. I think queen e5 was the last one, and we said white. Yeah, rook fd1, rook e6.
Rook 1 d3, a5.
So he wants to triple with both rooks in front.
This is the Alekhines gun.
Yeah.
You have the rooks in first, and then the queen behind.
Them.
Yeah. So this is the famous Alekhines gun. And h5, h4, rook e8, bishop f3, king h6. Yeah. So what do you think about this? We said before that white was better.
Yep.
Has it changed?
I do not know with including h4 and h5. I mean, in the position. Somehow I feel that this weakened a little bit the king side by white. There is always some stress of knight takes g3. Always. But
I think white maybe should play just king g2 and
improve the king's position a little bit, but yeah.
I think white is better, but my feeling is that this could be a draw basically.
Yeah.
It could even be something like, let's say we do king g2. Let's say black makes a move like this. And you go back, and then maybe something.
With the rook.
This is not impossible, especially when time is getting low. So
True.
I don't know.
And also both of them, I think, or maybe one of the players. No, both of them. They have 3.5 out of 4.
Mm-hmm.
So let's play it safe. Take a draw home, and we are still really leading, or one of the leaders.
Yeah.
And we see what happens in 2023.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Sometimes it's like this.
Yeah. So let's jump.
Let's see what will happen here.
And here we have this game. This is the London system.
Okay.
Between the Norwegian young guy Abdralauf.
Yes.
Elham, and against Hampus Sørensen.
Okay.
And we have to go back. We had some critical position here. We had this exchange on g3, and then there was e5. And your move c4 was played.
Okay.
And black played a6, which seems to be quite logical.
Okay.
And there was an exchange. Another exchange. Castling, a5. Black, of course, wants to kick away the knight from b3, and then hopefully take the pawn on c5, and then he's better, I guess.
The bishop pair.
Yeah.
Oh. Creates a square for the knight.
Knight c5.
So white chooses to give back the pawn in order to get rid of the pair of bishops.
Yeah.
And so it's a choice.
Yeah. I think you have to take on c6, because else the knight will jump somewhere.
Be very strong.
Yeah. So you take. Rook c5, rook d8, queen a4.
Got
Yeah.
also some activity for the white pieces.
White is slightly better, I would say. And one of the things that's not so nice for black is this guy,
Yeah.
because this pawn is weakening the king.
I
You would
totally
like to
agree.
play if you could play f7,
That would be
f6
the
to
best
f7.
move.
Yeah,
If it was allowed.
yeah, if you could do that, and then you would maybe instead put the pawn on h6.
Yes.
If you could, then the position
Arrange
would
the
be
structure differently.
But now he again you have to live with your pawn moves, and the pawn is on f6, and it's a slight problem.
So we have a double attack, hitting the rook on c5, the
Yeah.
pawn on b2.
So
Do we have a move like queen c2?
yeah, that was my idea.
Keeping the line, the c line as well, controlling it.
Then you-
Protecting all.
Then you triple or something.
Yep. Also, when you want to play b3 at some moment,
Mm-hmm.
then the queen is better on c2 probably than on a4.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's pleasant for white.
Yeah, it looks to
Black has this slight king problem, and yeah,
be. Okay, queen c2 was played.
yeah. So it seems
Looks
like it's like this Galperin. I saw the players walking by. Let's see how this position is developing. Yeah, white is much better here.
This was, yeah,
The Galperin, the Ukrainian grandmaster against the Swedish junior. William Olsson, only 17 years old.
okay.
And we had this strange.
h4, h6 we have seen. And then now comes queen a4.
Yeah,
Offers an exchange of queens.
it's very very strange. One of the strangest games so far I've seen.
Okay, the knight.
So we have this position.
I think white is much better here.
Yeah, according to the evaluation bar, white has a very clear advantage.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's a winning advantage, but it's clear. And
We should, can we,
how do you dislodge? How do you sort of?
it looks to me a domination over the white squares.
Yeah,
Can we call it a domination of
Yeah.
white's domination over the white squares?
Yeah, it's a domination, and it's especially a domination.
The knights look
O-
so
over-
nice on f5 and
yeah,
e6.
and this knight can at some points it can just jump in here,
Wow, yeah.
and you're almost trapping the rook here. Almost,
True.
not quite, because you can go here, but it's very tricky position. It's easy to go wrong here.
True.
So
Yeah, for sure, white is really
yeah, this
would
is
be
difficult.
converting somehow easily.
Anyway, we will go back. Let's see what we checked.
We didn't check.
We
that
checked
one?
this one. Yeah,
we,
this we checked
did.
in. We checked this one. We checked this one. I think we have.
Exactly.
We know this one.
Now the top seed.
And then we have this. Yeah.
One, yeah, security.
And we have to go back. We had this position. And we said, well, queen a3 is a possibility, but he went for another idea. I think it's a very logical idea. He played bishop here.
Okay.
A basic idea, I would guess, is just to play f3 and bishop
played in the
f2,
center, yeah.
and bolstering the king side, and then eventually going for e4.
Yeah.
So very very logical play.
Maybe this is the luxury of having the bishop pair.
Yeah.
You can have a lot of ideas as well. We can add it to the advantages of the bishop pair.
Yeah, of course.
It creates more possibilities for you.
Yeah. But black, of course, can also do things, and he played h5.
Okay.
I think he's very reasonable. He wants to challenge maybe the king side a little bit and say, give me some squares for my knights.
Maybe he wants to push h4, exchange, knight g4.
There
Okay,
was
f3.
f3, queen d7, bishop f2, knight f5,
Okay.
queen d3, and now knight d6. And we mentioned this, that with the knights on d6 and f6, it's not very easy for white to do anything.
Push e4, yeah.
Yeah, because you have this enormous grip. And now knows rook e1, rook e7, rook e2. So they are everything is about this square.
It looks to me a normal, Queen's Gambit exchange variation when you play f3 and you want to push e4.
Yeah, that's
The
what
same
it is.
ideas.
Yeah, same ideas.
But Black looks to be defending well. He managed to bring 4 pieces over the e-square, the e4 square.
And there is a problem for White. If he goes for e4 at some point,
Oh,
and
G4.
there is the g4 square,
Exactly.
right? So suddenly this
Exactly.
comes here. So let's say in the game there was queen f5,
Okay.
and there was an exchange actually.
On king.
And let's say you would go for this move here, just to see what happens. I guess you take. You take.
But now, White's pawns are mobile. or
Yeah,
what?
there is no threat to the. You can just play here.
Yeah, that's true. And you can't play a move like king f1. The h2 pawn is hanging. If you want to protect your rook,
Well,
maybe-
it's a game, but I think Black has enough
I
counterplay.
think so, because
Yeah.
the d4 also is hanging.
Yeah,
Knight takes f2 and
yeah, maybe. Yeah, at some point you threaten to take, so White has to solve that. So in the game there was this exchange and then king f1, and I guess he wants to maybe play bishop g1. But I believe Black is okay here. I mean,
yeah.
you have the bishops, but
I think your idea of b4 was better. Queen a3 and b4, or
Yeah.
queen somewhere and b4. I think so.
maybe
Somehow
you could maybe combine.
combine both of them. Yeah.
Sometimes when you play for only one idea,
True.
your opponent can adjust, and you're not.
And defend well
Yeah,
against it. Yeah.
But maybe White could try to. But no, now it's too late, because if you try, something like this, I mean, moving the rook here,
But
yeah,
okay, now it's
then
different.
this is happening.
Now it's different. Maybe you push b4
Yeah,
and exchange there, and then you go for the
maybe.
f3 and as you mentioned, combining both of them.
This would be. I'm not saying this is bad.
Maybe you will offer better chances for White.
Yeah, this is not easy, at least.
No.
Okay, he moves back.
Again defending against e4. But no, because knight g4 is still in the air. Always annoying.
Yeah, but now Black is controlling e4, because you cannot. He
No.
just takes it.
True.
No, I predict a draw here, because Black is so solid.
True.
But we'll see.
And the bishop on f2 is somehow not doing
Yeah.
very much for aid of the White's position.
So we have this game, the Smirin playing Black against the German guy.
Okay. They exchanged on the e line the rooks. I think last time we have seen something. here.
Yeah, I think we had this position.
Okay.
Was-
Bishop to
Bishop f4, King f8, knight e2, knight e8, King f1,
Queen e7.
Queen d7. Yeah. It seems that Black is defending in this position,
Yeah.
and White has a clear plus.
The space advantage on the king side is always
Mm-hmm.
something. Also the target on d6.
Yeah.
Already 2 of the 3 remaining pieces for White are
Yeah.
heading there. Some moments queen g3.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe pushing h4, h5 at after queen g3. I mean,
Yeah.
there are definitely easy ideas for White.
Right.
That's what we want to say.
Mm-hmm.
If not king g2 and and keeping the position solid, but White definitely can play for 2 results here.
Right. You might even do things like f3 and h4, and just
Yeah.
push forward with everything, and like it's awkward.
Pushing h5.
And if you could sort of jump through your knight, you could take on e8.
And then knight f6.
Yeah, and then you have this fork here,
It's
but you cannot do
tactical.
that. But this fork and this threat here is always looming. At some point, this could
True.
suddenly you take on d6 and then you check or whatever.
know.
Something happens.
Yeah, maybe transferring the knight to g4 after pushing g5.
Maybe.
Then
Yeah,
that
I'm
would be very
liking white
powerful.
more and more.
Yeah.
When we looked before, I thought, well, this shouldn't be so difficult for black, but now suddenly it looks not so easy.
And even with the idea, if we allow black to play b5 as it is now in the position, you can take once, a takes b5, a takes b5, and then you ignore.
Yeah.
You still keep all the pressure you need.
Yeah.
This.
There is also you can take with the c pawn and play a5.
Yeah.
Maybe,
creating-
maybe
True.
it might be possible.
True.
So black has to. I'm not sure black wants to try that because it's.
Could black try something like h5 or anything? No.
But you
too
can
much.
you can play maybe f3. It doesn't really do much.
No.
White could even take
Take on h5, of course. And
on
open the
h5
g1,
and play for some attack or something. It's nasty. It's a bit nasty for black now. He has gone very passive here.
True. You want to have this position and say pass.
Yeah.
Don't make a move. It's very difficult to make a move with black. You might
Yeah, I agree.
create weaknesses.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, they have to make a move. So he has to make a move.
yeah. And we have some questions here. What about young Min Seo?
In trouble, I think.
Ah.
I'm a big fan of him.
Yeah.
Shall we move to the...
Yeah, we should. I think this game is interesting, but we cannot say so much more right
True.
now. So let's check young Min Seo.
So they went for the idea of g4, g5, keeping the pawn. He had it in his
Yeah.
mind.
I think the position now has actually improved for Young Min because he has managed to stabilize both the king side and the queen side, and he has also managed to get his rook to d7. So this looks quite okay.
I totally agree. Earlier, I thought it looked a little bit difficult for
It did.
white.
It did.
But now somehow there is already a threat of taking the bishop pair and
Yeah, and you can easily see that it could be opposite colored bishops after
And-
taking on g6 at
yeah.
some point. So
True.
black has to play well here, probably. I don't know.
white
It's-
has just to be careful about some tactical things. You want to play rook c7, pinning,
Mhm,
and then you
mhm.
run into bishop f2, and so on. Because also black has the
But now
c2 idea.
now if white was to move, he could just take here,
true.
and then he could play rook here, check, and take the pawn. And I mean, it cannot be bad.
No,
It cannot be
no.
bad. So actually, in this position, you need to find a move for black.
Can it be king to h7 or
I-
no?
It could be.
Taking on g6 with the king, slightly improving. No, but
Could be, but I was thinking if you go here, let's say, is
Yeah.
it possible to play something like this? that-
rook
that-
takes f.
Yeah, rook takes f4, but then you take on g6.
Take
and-
with check, huh?
but
But then
but
bishop f2. Maybe. I do not know. There are some tactical things.
oh,
Yeah.
you can play this. Look at this,
Okay. Oh my god.
maybe, or
Take. But
what happens?
then
Then you have to play this,
yeah.
and then you, or what can you do? What can you play here?
uh,
Or maybe do you check here? Maybe you can play this.
But bishop d4 doesn't work. Yeah, you take and rook. Yeah, no, it doesn't work. No bishop.
I don't know.
Taking going.
No, but you have
back.
rook h4.
King h7 and I mean yeah, rook takes rook c8. You play rook h4. You play rook h8, and then king to g.
But there is a check here, maybe.
Yeah. Okay, definitely this is very dangerous for. But what can be here defensive plan for black?
Bishop d6 check.
Bishop d6 check, then followed by rook c.
Eight.
Ah, it's better to keep the rook on d6 rather than on d4. Huh?
I think this is the move.
And then rook to
Rook
c8. Rook takes a6, king takes g5. Yeah.
And now black will. Okay, so
Black
that's.
managed to.
But
equalize.
so this is the position.
Bishop f5.
He played bishop f2 in the game.
Okay. So he would rather keep the bishop on g6.
And then you
He must
shouldn't
take.
go here because
No.
then there is a very nasty check here and the knight falls. So you have to take. Then rook takes here.
Okay.
And it's very equal.
I agree. Now probably a move like king to e3 or g3
Well, you have to watch out.
for the pin.
Rook f5 takes g5 and
Yeah. But then
yeah, this looks like
when the easiest will be king g3 probably. Or
my guess is that this is going towards a draw.
Yeah. I think we have a result actually. It says half and half, isn't it?
They have taken a draw already.
Yep.
Okay, so he played bishop f2 and he
And
offered a draw.
Yeah.
So it was a draw. Okay, and we see that this game also ended in a draw, surprisingly.
Okay. That was the London system, I think. If I do remember well.
No, this is the
No.
crazy game.
Nah, I say, yeah.
This is the crazy
Platon
game.
and William, yeah. Let's see. Okay. Played rook to h7, knight here, rook c8, a3.
And now he made the blunder. He made this move that I said could at some point be a good move, but he played it.
Okay.
But he has a strong advantage here. But
For
he played
sure.
knight d6, and there was rook c6,
Yeah.
and now everything went crazy. Knight takes g5,
Oops. What did he calculate here?
F
Rook
takes,
e8,
rook check.
king c7, rook takes, protecting the knight. Taking on g5.
But
Did all of this happen, or
But you have to see that black is a piece up here.
yes?
So why take a draw?
Okay. The time on the clock.
But he has more time. He had 28 minutes. Galperin had only 4 minutes. There is something strange going on here.
Could it be a problem?
Was
with
it really a draw or was it a resignation?
And they
They placed the kings like draw.
like a draw.
Yeah, but it could be. But why would anyone take a draw in this position with much better time and a piece up? Explain that. I mean, William Olsson, he's not the coward. Why would he take a draw?
Especially after he managed to defend a lot. I mean, earlier it was a bad position, bad situation, and then he managed to.
Okay,
Tell it.
okay. White actually gets one more pawn because he takes here, I guess.
Yeah.
Take, and he takes with the bishop.
Still a piece up.
But still, it's a piece. Why? You cannot give away points like that.
No. Oh.
Maybe he felt that sometimes people, when they have had really bad positions, they are so happy to make a draw. So even when they get,
A better position.
yeah. But knight d6 was a big mistake.
He over or miscalculated rook c6. Probably he was low on time. I do not know.
But I guess you don't have to. What happens if you just go back? Should still be
But
good.
maybe now knight to d7, knight e7.
Yeah, now you've sort of dropped some of the advantage.
Important two moves. Rook.
Yeah, you give away some moves. But knight takes g5, what's that? But of course he had little time, so
He miscalculated probably.
yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't say that he didn't see that rook takes d6 protecting the knight on g6.
So that was a
It was obvious.
surprising outcome of this
Yeah.
game. Not the one we expected.
No, no.
So shall we just have a quick look again where we are?
Yep, this
And,
is the top board.
And white is better. Black has some counterplay, but he's a piece down. Maybe we can see what happened. So we had this, and he took, and queen b6,
Okay.
f4, queen takes b3, and g5.
But wasn't it possible to, instead of bishop f4 earlier, just bishop h6 here? I simply want to play the classical mate, queen g5.
But I take it on h6,
You will take it.
and then I have queen takes d3, threatening the bishop, and the queen goes back.
True, yeah.
So
Not
it's,
enough.
it's a little bit optimistic, I think, in this
Yeah.
position.
Not enough.
But he played it well here. He played g5, rook c2, queen a5.
Okay. Transferring to the queen side, rook back, I think. Must be something.
And black gave the bishop.
Okay. Is it king to h2 possible?
Well, he can
No.
play rook g2,
Rook g2 as well, taking on h5.
bishop g2 maybe, maybe not because queen takes h5,
Yeah,
and then
king
you,
h2 has to be.
yeah, king h2
At
looks
least you
best.
cannot allow queen takes h5 with another
Yeah.
tempo, hitting the bishop or checking.
Well, you can take b2, play d3. It's not over.
But I think g6 would be very strong.
Maybe.
Next move.
Yes.
I think so. I mean,
Yeah, I agree.
also you have the d3 pawn, the d4 pawn. You can push d3 at some moment. Also,
Yeah.
it's a very strong threat on the correct moment. Of course. Could black try something crazy like g6? Trying to
I
keep
think
it
I
so-
think you should try to take some pawns. I mean, take on h5, take on b2, and
Yeah.
take away as much, because if you play g6, then white plays h6, and it threatens h7, winning immediately. So that wouldn't be
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
You have to be careful, I think.
Taking on h5 looks to be.
Take an h5,
You
take
simply
on
take a
b2.
pawn and defend at
Yeah,
the same moment.
yeah,
so
yeah. I think if you
Fair
take on
enough.
b2, maybe h6 is very strong, because. So I think you
This
have to
pawn
take.
will march,
You have to take on h5, but maybe white can keep. He plays d3.
that's very ambitious.
Mm,
That's very, very ambitious. How much time does he have?
uh,
Okay, they are low on time, but not so low. I mean, they still need 8 moves in almost 20 minutes.
Maybe play h6 now. I don't know.
h6, queen
But then
h5,
maybe d2
d2.
also a possibility.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's not so clear. Not so clear.
Black is
Any
something
result
here.
is possible here, even though black,
Yeah.
of course,
Now
probably is worse. It's still complicated, and the d pawn is dangerous, and white's position on the king side is sort of a bit strange. The bishops are not really doing much.
And I think also black is very much relieved. At some moments was trying to survive with the king.
Yeah.
Now there is a lot of counter chances.
He has some counterplay, and it's yeah. White has less time, and so no, some possibilities. So let's check the next game. Yeah, this is equal game.
Yeah, so the exchange.
This is very equal. We can see what happened here. That was
97 was, yeah. So he allowed.
yeah. Well, in this position, white
G3.
played g3. Yeah, it's very simple. You took with the pawn. Yeah, keep. And then
Yeah, this is
exchanges.
heading to a draw.
Yeah,
Taking, yeah. I think they should.
yeah. This is drawish.
They
So-
will shake hands quickly. Already we
Yeah,
reached 30
they
minutes.
they can play, but it should
Yeah.
be. So we check the Dutch.
Yep. If they.
We
manage
had
to do something.
we had King G2 here
Okay.
as expected, and Rook G8. So black
Yes.
black tries to create something.
G5 might be in the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Queen H1, Queen F6, Rook D1, A4, B4, B6. So it seems to me that black is trying to stir things up and create something.
Could be King G2 an idea. Trying to simply win the pawn on E4. King G1
Yeah, it's interesting idea to attack.
to attack the E4 square.
You're right.
But
Yeah, something like that.
but of course, I mean, there is nothing decisive in this position. But
Yeah, this is tense. I mean, it's maybe better for white, according to the computer. But
a very interesting idea, putting the queen on H1.
yeah, yeah, it's not a bad idea.
No.
Sometimes it works.
It works behind the bishop.
So we will just have to wait.
Yeah.
So we have Elham, Abdelauf,
Campos.
Campos, and it's definitely a very tense position. Black has managed to get the passed pawn. We have to go back.
How did this happen? Okay.
So we had this position.
Rook D6 was played, and then Rook C1,
Bishop F8,
Bishop F8,
G4.
G4.
Rook A8, B3, D4.
Okay.
He goes for it. Queen check, King H8, Rook C7, threatening Queen F7. This is a bad threat, going for the mate. So he has to,
Cover the.
yeah, Rook
seven
C8, King G7, E4, D3. Very interesting.
I think maybe knight D2 should be played, or needs to blockade that pawn somehow.
Yeah, I think
You can't
most-
allow it
most
moving so far, so quick.
no. Knight D2 I would play.
Yeah. Or the ambitious G5. I do not know.
But yeah. The knight is good on D2, it protects E4.
A good blockade.
Blocks the knight, blocks the pawn. But this can go. This is also a position that it can go either way. It's about equal, I would say.
But
May-
there are possibilities.
There are
for
possibilities for both. Black's king is a little bit vulnerable.
both. White's time is a little bit slightly better.
Yes. And
It's very
Wha-
strange, although only 5 minutes difference,
yeah,
but it's almost double the time.
yes, true. Yes, true. Yeah, it's almost
it's-
exactly double.
Yeah.
So a white can always go for rook exchanges, playing rook c7 and so on.
Yeah.
But then in the end game, I mean, if you take away the queens,
And the
and
pawn will be more dangerous.
yeah,
With the bishop as well.
true.
So
That's
I
okay.
think. Okay, he pushed g5 first. Maybe includes g5 before playing knight d2. But
That's very ambitious.
yeah, it looked to me very ambitious. But what happens after d2 takes on f6, followed by
You have to take with the rook, right?
you have to take with the rook and then rook g1, or what?
We can check.
I
So you want to do this? We take.
take with the
Oh no, that's obviously not the right move.
no.
So let's see. Let's have to. We check this guy. This.
There is nothing else except rook d1, no? I
Yeah,
mean, black
probably.
is threatening a queen.
Yeah.
So here, can you take on f6 now, or it's not a good idea? Maybe keep the tension. You already, the pawn on e5 is hanging. So
Yeah. You mean take on g5?
yes,
But then e5 goes.
Yeah, no. I meant that white is not in a hurry of doing anything here.
Yeah, I get
and
it.
maybe try to
Round
try
up the
to-
pawn, yeah.
exactly queen
Yeah.
c2, and
Yeah.
you are not afraid of taking of losing a pawn on g5, or you're not in a hurry of.
White is slightly better, I would say, maybe. But tense situation, anything can happen still. Both can win this.
Yeah.
So we will move on. We will go to Sasikiran. We have had some development,
Okay, the h
but
pawns are
nothing
exchanged.
nothing really. We had the 8. Let's see now. We go back here. Knight d6. I think we saw. h3, g5, g4. Take, b5. Black is active.
Okay, he wants to create an outpost on c4, huh?
Yeah, but Sasikiran plays this intermediate, intermezzo move,
Very interesting.
attacking the knight.
You cannot take on b3 and
No, then
hitting the knight before taking on a4. Very interesting.
so the question is,
And how would you defend it as well? Because
Well, you could play
Okay.
rook e6, for instance,
yeah,
just
to keep the knight there.
yeah,
But what about knight b5?
yeah. I'm thinking about that also.
And if you take on a4, I play knight c3.
Yeah, but let's say we go here. You take,
And then you take on c6,
Maybe
or
this.
you take, or you play rook e2.
or maybe take on c6 immediately,
Yeah.
maybe. and
And
it's
as soon as the position loosens up a little bit, you can play e4.
yeah.
Now you're hitting the knight. If it moves, then e4 is very good
But this looks like suddenly white has some
activity.
play. Yeah. So I think maybe instead of knight
Very
b5,
interesting idea by him.
yeah, but maybe just play some very simple move like this.
Yeah. Bishop e5. Is it a good move or no? First you have to take on a4 now, or take on d6. You have to make a
Yeah,
choice.
but if you do this, I don't know if he's going here. Maybe. It's
And
anything can happen in this game. It's
True.
still a game, but black is not worse. I think it's about equal. So we will go to the next one, and oh, things are happening here.
okay.
Smirin is fighting. So
So they managed to do this idea h4 h5 somehow.
h4. Yeah, where were we? We were. Yeah, we had this position.
Yes.
Bishop e7, queen e2, queen d8, bishop c1. No exchanges,
No.
so some back and forth. h6.
Okay. Queen
Yeah.
f3.
Queen f3 is possible.
And yeah. Maybe trying to push g5. No, but g5, bishop e5.
Yeah.
Still not so easy.
No. Maybe you can. You would like to get your queen to g3 maybe and attack d6, but you cannot as long as the knight is threatened. At some point, maybe you could even exchange the knight for the bishop and play on the black squares. So that's could be a problem. White is better, but still no win. I mean, there's.
No.
So let's go check
Marger.
Margeir.
Jonathan and Marger.
And Margeir has managed to get
Free the
his,
bishop.
free the bishop and move his pawns up. And I think he has solved the most important problems here.
Yeah.
So we had this position.
G3.
think- We saw the knight takes c8.
Yeah, I think this decision was
Yeah, this was an
questionable
orthodox.
at least.
Yeah,
I would say.
I don't like it.
No,
And now suddenly we see, yeah, now black cannot really be worse.
no. Managed to put the pawns in the white squares. Bishop is active again. Yeah. King is coming to the center. I mean, managed to make easy. E6. Double. Okay.
Knight c2.
Okay. So the threat is knight a3, the obvious threat.
Yeah, the computer does not like knight c2, but
No, it looks to me a little bit odd.
it's definitely a bit odd.
Could it be
What's it doing there? Maybe going to a3, but that's very
ambitious?
very strange.
Could try like bishop b3, knight b4, bishop e6, and then rook b4. No, well, this is not happening. But rook d6 is not enough. Okay, simply rook b3 or what? After exchanging once, I mean.
Yeah.
But he chose.
Yeah, what is the good move here? How do you refute this?
Very interesting, not so easy, not so obvious move here.
No, it's not. I don't quite see it. Is it possible to play something like take, and maybe c6?
Very interesting.
Yeah, but it doesn't. The evaluation bar does not like it so much.
No.
You always have knight a3 at some point. So. But this position, the computer likes. So the question is what we do here. Is there a strong move here?
I don't know, just playing rook c1 or something.
But then b4 goes.
Ah, yeah.
You have this problem. Maybe b5. Yeah, that's a
Knight
good move.
e3.
That's a, yeah, but then we can.
Okay. Or you take the rook on b1.
Yeah, you can do that. Doesn't help.
That doesn't help. e5.
You cannot do that.
Ah, sorry. Yeah.
And you have all these
This is
pawns.
yeah.
So he could have he could actually have played for a win here with exchanging rooks and just not c6. That was not the
b5.
but b5 is the move.
But I think it's very, very risky. I mean, you should.
Well, if you see it,
If you see it, yes.
then you realize, oh yeah, this is very strong. Because
all of a sudden. you're-
if knight a3 and you take and black tries to defend with this, then you have very strong play with the rook b7.
And simply take next on a6, and
Yeah, it's
your life is so good with.
and
the
the
two
king is so
possibles.
safe here. You don't have any real
Nothing
counterplay.
here. Very
So, but in the game that didn't happen. The bishop g5 was played. Bishop exchanged. Take. Ah, he played c6 here. Yeah.
He pushed c6. Okay.
Yeah. But that's not so dangerous now.
No, not
because
the same as b5.
you don't have the bishop on this diagonal. You had the bishop
True.
before.
True. It's another story.
So I guess you can just maybe take it.
More or less liquidation now.
So what
Yeah,
happens
I
if
think,
what,
yeah, he
what,
has
what,
to.
what you take here?
But what happens also after knight a3?
Have to take. Yeah, but then you.
Before taking on c6.
You mean now?
Yeah.
But maybe then we can again go for the pawns. Can we?
Then we make bishop a6 and b5. Well, that's too much taking, and then b6.
Let's say we go here.
Yeah.
Yeah. After BC, take here.
b5. Threatening simply b6. Next. Or what?
Yeah.
Knight d4 or knight e3? No, knight e3 will be, yeah, this one.
Well, the bishop is not so comfortable on
no.
a6.
And the knight is coming to c6. So.
I don't know. It seems to be quite equal, this game. But this is the position.
Well, there are some fireworks.
There were chances,
Yeah.
as always. Okay. So, yeah. I think we'll take a break again. And we will be back in a bit.
Yep.
Okay. So if you go and see what's happening,
Yeah, inside.
get some information about the future. Okay, so we're back again with the Rilton Cup, round 5. And we're going to start with board 1, which is a very exciting game that we thought White was going to win this,
Yes.
but he didn't.
No.
It went to a draw. Let's see what happened. So we had this position with d3. And yeah, this is a very tricky position because black has a simple plan. Just push the pawn. And the bishops are strong in a way, but they are not doing so much right now.
No. I totally agree. I mean, now it became somehow easier for black, the idea.
Yeah,
The
probably this would have been the best move, g6.
Yes.
Because you need to attack. But White tried to play the defense instead.
Queen a7.
Queen a7. The pawn was taken.
It's maybe not so easy also psychologically when you go for the attack the whole game over the king and all of a sudden you need to shift the gear and start to defend your own king. With Queen a7 this decision.
When suddenly your opponent is threatening you and you've been playing for a win all the time. Yeah, I agree.
Uncomfortable.
Queen d4.
Okay.
Suddenly the knight comes. Interesting counterplay here.
Knight g5 is a real threat.
Yeah, and now, I think when you have you've had a winning position and you know that, and suddenly you see that your opponent is getting all this counterplay, it's very, very hard to play. And White goes into panic mode here.
Yeah.
He plays Queen g4,
Oops.
and then there is an exchange here. And we see already Black has actually 2 pawns for the piece, and he has a very strong pawn on d3. So
And the b2
not
is
so
always
easy.
almost falling.
yeah, the b2 is falling. There was the threat of knight f3. So he went to bishop g2 and take. And now the computer says that it's completely even.
Yeah.
So knight e4. And well, if you take here,
Then you can
take this.
you get 3 pawns from
And
the
you
bishop.
can never win because you only have 1 pawn left, and this will be exchanged.
Yeah.
And then you have to try to win with the bishop and the rook, and we know that this is not possible against
3 pawns.
decent defense. No.
Oh.
So after bishop takes e4, it was a draw. And yeah,
Not much to do.
so okay. So we go to the next, also a draw.
Okay.
And let's see.
Yeah, that was obvious.
This we have already had.
Yeah, we didn't expect.
We had
anything
this
more.
position, and we said this should be a draw, and
Yeah, we said they already reached
Yeah.
130. They can offer, but they did it in a simple way.
and it was a race.
Okay.
Opposite colored bishops. So okay, it's a pawn more for black, but you cannot win with an extra pawn in this position. White has this excellent blockade with the king on g4. Nothing to do.
No.
And then we have a result.
Okay, the first decisive result in the top boards. Board 4, both of them had 3.5 out of 4.
We had b4.
Okay, the Dutch game.
b6. Yeah.
b6.
And now White went for a version of your idea to take on e4. He did it immediately. You suggested king g1,
Yeah.
but he just took.
Took. It's forced to take with the pawn.
And he played rook 1 to d2.
And maybe wants to triple the same back idea.
Maybe, yes, play back.
'Cause
And so he did. a3.
oh,
He's
That's
it's
very
maybe
brave.
maybe threatening to take here, but he
Yeah,
played. So he
but-
played a3. King g1.
oh, wait
Queen
for-
f5. Queen c2.
He couldn't take on d6. Simply f2 is hanging. So
Yeah, you take back and then the f2 goes.
okay, so
So you cannot do that, unfortunately. But queen
So
c2 was played.
now he's threatening to take on d6 for
Yeah.
sure. Protects. b5. Okay. Now there is a penetration line. I mean, the c line is open now, and maybe the black king would be vulnerable.
Yeah. And there were some, according to the computer, some inaccuracies.
Okay.
In this rook d5 is claimed should have been even better than what he did, but he took on e4, which seems good to me. And d5.
Looks strange, but
Yeah. This
rook
actually,
takes rook or
I think the audience, the viewers have to look at this position and see which is the move here. White has a very strong move in this position. It's a double threat. And as we talked about yesterday, you weren't here there, but we said that most games are decided by double threats, and White can double threat in this position. And he did. The king here is not 100% safe. And White played queen c8.
yeah, a simple threat. Just mate in one.
Threatening mate in one. And this has to be answered. And if you try to move back here, well,
It's
we are
hanging.
ready to take, so that doesn't work. So what can you do? Well, you could maybe try to
King
move
to
your king
G7,
back.
but the rook is
But there's a rook hanging.
no.
So that's the double threat. So in this position,
You try to make a stronger threat, checking the king of the
can't
opponent.
play this, and this is good if White goes here, right? Because then you take the
Rook with check,
yeah. But king h2.
and then there is no defense against the two threats.
That was a bit of a miss here in the end.
D5 is a real blunder.
Yeah, it's a gigantic blunder. So in this position,
They were playing in the last. He was playing in the last seconds.
he
so-
should just have taken here.
Yeah.
Queen takes, and I think maybe White is slightly better still.
But
Better
you have
po-
chances to.
Better
hold
pawn
me.
formation,
Yeah.
but you can fight. So
Yeah.
that would have been correct. Okay, and then we have Abderlauf against Sørensen, and we should go back. The thing has turned in White's favor in a big way.
Wow.
So we had e4, we had d3, knight g5, d2, rook d1, rook f7. Yeah. And now he played queen c5.
Couldn't he just grab the pawn directly on?
Well,
F2?
f2 I think is.
F2. Yes.
So this
Yeah,
guy,
yes.
you get some nice counterplay
Oh
here.
my God. No one wants to.
So queen c5 protects that and threatens the pawn, of course.
True.
So what happens is that White has again established a double threat. There's a threat to take here at some point, but there's also a threat to take here. It's difficult for Black to protect against everything.
Yeah.
So he exchanged queens. But after bishop h6, he loses the
Oops.
e5 pawn.
Many pawns now are disappearing from Black.
Well, there is one pawn has disappeared, and the a5 pawn is hanging, so it's difficult to protect. Rook f4, f3,
F3.
very solid. Rook f8, knight c4, rook d3, rook takes a5,
Okay.
rook d8. King comes, rook c3, king e2, rook c2,
Knight. So no.
g3 he
Yeah.
played, bishop g7.
Very convenient. Can he try something like rook d5 or?
I think he can just take the pawn, huh? What about this? What do you do? Because you have rook,
okay.
you always have rook d5. Let's say
That's true.
after this,
Take back bishop,
bishop.
and then rook d5. Simple and easy, and there are no more pawns left. You can win on the king side.
You can take this guy, but then you're still 2 pawns down, right?
Yeah.
I think this. I'm not sure, but it looks like this could be almost winning now. 2 pawns up.
True.
He can still fight, but
Because you can play something like maybe king e3, and then
yeah. Actually, we actually have this position in the game now.
okay. So he bishop g7 he took.
On d2, yes.
Yeah.
And I suspect if black does not take on d2 now, then white has 3 pawns up. Right?
True.
So you have to take and play bishop c3 to win the a pawn.
And also the 2 rooks are hanging. I mean, you have to exchange one pair. So
Yeah.
rook d takes d2 is
Yeah, rook d takes d2.
the only alternative for black, I think.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. So then we have Sasekiran.
Okay, the
And-
bishop pair. Still living. King.
But this is extremely drawish because there's only pawns on one side,
Not enough
and
material.
we
Yeah.
know that the knights are very strong in that case, and also the pawns are blocked, so this can never be anything. We can just see how this actually happened. So we had this exchange here and b5,
b3.
and there was a little bit of drama here with bishop g3, but
A nice intermediate move.
Yeah.
Rook e6.
rook e6, knight c4, we saw this, king f2, knight d7, a4 is weak. So we play c4 and c5.
Wow. That's a
ed5,
real fight.
yeah,
And then takes on.
yeah. Unfortunately, white's bishops are not really strong. They are sort of hidden behind the pawns and cannot really
Yeah.
do anything. And the white pawns are very weak.
I
So-
think the idea of f3 and bishop e1, f3, bishop f2, e3, and so on, this was a little bit passive somehow. Gave black a lot of time.
It was a nice, it's very very nice idea,
Yeah.
but it was not effective.
No, not enough to
It's very
convert.
it's very sort of aesthetic. You know,
Yeah.
you put the bishops
Yeah.
there, and then finally, because we can just go back. But I think this is most definitely going to be a draw. So we had this position.
Yeah, this is a very good, I think, study position. You can put it
Yeah.
and study it.
And we had
See
the
the
idea
plans for white.
maybe to try queen a3. Obviously, this is not winning or anything like that.
No.
It's just another plan. But he went for this very positional, very structured and systematic plan.
And I think
But-
also black has to get some credit for the defense against this plan.
Yeah, he played h5, was a good move to contain a little bit, and then
This
he
idea
made
of
this.
Transferring the knight to d6,
Yeah.
controlling e4, making it
Yeah.
very difficult. I think there is a black gets a lot of credit for the
Yeah,
play.
he found the right antidote, and
Yeah.
I don't think in this position I don't think the break with e4 is not ever dangerous.
No.
Okay, excellent. So then we go to the next game.
The
And we have
King's Indian
Smirin, yeah.
with knight e5 early, h3,
Yeah,
and
we
bishop
have to
e3.
see what happened here because this is. We saw this h5, right? Bishop
Yeah.
f6,
The open
h6,
Yeah.
king f8, knight e4, queen e7, queen f3.
Yep.
We
We were here
we-
all.
bishop e5, bishop
Okay.
g5, f6, bishop d2, king g8, queen e2. And of course this is very unpleasant to play with
No.
black.
But I think a grandmaster like Elias Miran would have all the tolerance in the world to hold somehow this difficult position. I mean, to play it as long as possible. Many
Yeah.
players would just,
Yeah,
not be that patient
yeah.
to stay that passive
Yeah.
without creating weaknesses or losing.
Yeah, not losing your mind.
Yeah. The art of doing
But
nothing.
but I think his next move is actually not the best.
Okay.
He played f5.
When you needed to do something, when you needed to do, you should have stayed waiting.
Yeah.
Maybe king f7. I do not know, something.
Or maybe some move like bishop d4, you know, just
Yeah,
sort of trying to not
make
the boat.
anything in the position. Yeah,
no,
exactly.
don't do anything, just try to wait and see.
Yeah.
But he plays f5, and finally he gets weaknesses. Knight g3.
Oops. Queen to h5.
Queen f7.
Okay, he protects.
And now f4.
Ah, he wants to keep the knight. This is very important
Yeah,
because then he can press up on the white
Now he
squares.
took here. I don't know what this is going. What's
Queen
going to happen.
g6.
Yeah.
Queen knight g3 back.
Knight back. You cannot take the pawn. The knight is hanging.
No.
Yeah.
f5 was.
White has the advantage. Still a great game, but yeah, tricky.
Do you think queen h5 might follow for white?
No, I think White is
Trying
going.
to exchange queens?
I think no, I don't think so. I think he will just continue to press.
Okay.
White's queen is better than Black's.
Because maybe black might try bishop h4 and exchange the knight and says, okay, I will play knight against bishop and try to come with my king and blockade somehow.
But at some point you have queen e6 check, maybe exchanging on e6. You know, and
Sure.
suddenly you get connected passed pawns, and
Would be very dangerous, yes.
so in the game we know that.
I can try to push f5, then queen e6, something like that.
So he didn't play check. He played king f8. So this is the position.
He doesn't want to exchange queens, or what? We see queen g4. No, queen e6, he wants to be close to when queen e6 comes.
I think he's just trying to stay. You know.
f5 was move number 39.
Yeah, it was a
Also
mistake.
it's-
I think it was a mistake because he lost the pawn, and he should have stayed calm.
Calm, yeah.
Now he lost the pawn, and it's not clear that White is winning, but it looks nice. It looks very nice. So
We say back again, white is playing for two results.
right. Let's see. Do we have any results here? That
What has happened in Jonathan and Marger?
it was a draw. I
Okay.
think. Yes, it was a draw. We see it here.
Mm.
So we can
Everything-
check it.
The last, probably they didn't play much after we analyzed.
Well, I think they did. Let's
C6
see.
was played.
And there was this move
Okay.
here,
Ah, they
And
played
there
it
was-
safely. Take, and then.
and he
suddenly-
played c7.
Okay, interesting. And then king,
B5.
b5 first. King comes back. No, h5. Okay. Not king e7. Okay, he takes everything liquid. Because it's obvious the king e7, king d6 would be a good chance for. Of course,
Yeah.
the
pawn ending.
is.
That could have been something, but I think it's nothing because of this.
And king e5 doesn't help much because king
Because,
d7.
if you play like something like this,
You can always play, yeah. And this, you come back.
you can. I don't know. You can play something like this, but you take, and I mean you can even play this.
This is a very famous elementary ending that you take the opposition and say to your
Yeah.
opponent, you have a pawn, but you won't win.
So that was a draw. It was a hard game. I think both players had their chances in this game.
Yeah. I think it's a well fought.
It's well
Till the
fought,
last,
but I don't like Margay's idea with taking and playing knight d4. I didn't like that.
No, it was not enough. And also the idea of Jonathan taking on c8, I think, was a little bit premature.
Yeah.
I think so.
But he still got some chances later on.
True.
White always had some chances with these pawns. So
The
yeah.
majority
I think it was a
Yeah,
mistake
it is.
from Margay's.
to put the pawn on e5.
But then he got a good position anyway. So let's see. Have you seen? Yes. So Hampus has
So he
lost.
managed to convert.
So we have to check
The
what
extra
happened
two
in the end.
points.
Yeah. So there
Rook
was
d2 check. He played bishop to c3,
Bishop c3.
and then king to c2. And okay, this is a pawn. This is a rook, and
This is even better. Yeah. Now he
This is the
keeps 3
easiest.
pawns. Very nice. Very nice.
okay. He plays king takes, and then here he tried to come back with the king. Oh, check. No, g5.
Okay, it's only 2 pawns, but now he has 2 connected pass pawns over here, and he
And
keeps-
another one. It's like 3 pawns actually.
Yeah, it's more-
the
because
pawn on
this-
g5 is blocking.
yeah, this guy blocks these guys. So yeah, okay.
Oops. Okay, now this pawn is very fast. Check and exchange on f7.
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. So not so nice for the Swedish guy, but
No,
so both Khan and Hampus lost. That's not so nice, but
no.
what
but
can you do?
Definitely, they will learn from and come back
Yeah.
stronger.
In this game, I don't know if there has been any move. Maybe this has been a draw or something. It's not impossible.
Bishop c3. Are the clocks running? By
Let's see.
B takes c4.
This is on 0-0s.
Yeah.
Then that's probably the sign of a draw, right? They have
I
left.
think so. No one stopped the clock, and
Yeah,
it ran down.
Yes, and it ran down. And, it was a
And the
draw.
kings were not.
Yeah. This is a draw.
Yeah.
And Smirin,
Yeah.
there
Fighting for
there has been some development here.
b5 was played.
So we have the knight takes f5, king f8, queen g4, b5, knight g3, take, queen b7.
Okay, is it in favor of white or black having the 2 pawns on a4 on a6? Because white could choose taking on b5.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping more material maybe gives him more chances to win the game.
That's not so easy to say. It depends. If black manages to get some sort of counterplay here,
Yeah. Then the a4 might fall and then run with the pawn.
yeah, it's a long way off. But I mean, because
yeah,
the black position is of course very, very sensitive here.
Knight e4. Some counter on the b line maybe. Yeah. Queen to b2.
Yeah.
There is nothing threat until this moment.
The evaluation bar gives a big advantage for white.
For white, yeah. Must be some winning chances here, very, very big winning chances.
Mhm.
Although it looks to be like a fortress with the knight and bishop.
Yeah, but
Everything-
it's not really, because
No.
you can play
Queen f7.
king,
And
queen
so
f5 or
F5
something,
again,
and then you can just
You
move
can-
your king up, and suddenly you start attacking f6.
Because I was a little bit afraid of a move like bishop c3 at some moment.
Yeah, but it's white's move, so he
It's
will.
deflecting, yeah.
So
I mean,
I don't know what the right move
queen
is.
f5
Maybe
looks
here.
to be very strong, yeah.
Yeah.
The pawn is on h7 is also decisive.
Let's say you try to defend your pawn. You go here. Maybe now you just move your king up.
Yep, shall we go to h3? Or no, there is some check on b3.
Maybe there is a better move.
Queen e6 check maybe.
Queen e6, king f8.
King f8, and then we play.
Well, maybe you can play queen d7.
Directly.
Because
Is it
you-
better to play it?
The point is you threaten this
you
guy.
hit the knight.
And if he goes here, well,
Then the h7
let's
pawns.
take another pawn. And I mean, the
Yeah.
game goes on. and black.
White can always choose
Yeah,
to
he
keep
can
the king
choose.
on g8 or an f8. So.
Yeah. No, I think queen f5 is strong.
Tobias
I
might
don't
be
know.
able to convert. If he manages to win, it will be a very big win in his career, I think.
Yes, yes, for sure.
win,
I mean, he's a FIDE master beating a GM, 26
Yes.
GM. Like it's.
also a
not
legend
every
one,
day,
and-
not every
yeah,
day.
No, exactly.
But obviously, this Tobias guy seems to be a very strong player. I went to check on the board, and I could sense that he was, he was really
Confident with his
he was
position.
confident. He was playing for a win, and he was.
Yeah.
And Smirin looked very unhappy.
No.
I can tell you, really unhappy with this.
He's one of the grandmasters that not so easy hides his emotions.
Yeah.
Very, very much you can see it on the board.
You can see, you can see how he suffers and when he's
Yeah.
rejoicing.
True.
So let's see. So the games are finishing. This is basically what we have left from the games that we have been checking, because we believe that Sasikiran has made a draw with Alonso Garcia. That's very likely, but it hasn't been registered. That's what we think. We could check it maybe. There has actually been a move here, F6.
Oh, F6 was played.
So they
okay.
play. Still, I don't think that changes anything.
No.
It will be a draw anyway. You put your king on a good square, and you just move around.
Blockade with the knights and
Yeah.
always threatens some
Yeah.
folks.
No, it must be a draw.
Protecting.
But okay, they will play. So it's still going on, and then we have this. This is the most interesting game we
Yeah.
have right now. And I think when these games are finished, we will finish the broadcast. This is the last.
And both of them, Ilya and Tobias, they have 3 points out of 4. So if one of them loses, it will get them out of the top.
Yeah, then I will.
ranks.
Yeah. So a win here is for Ilya Smirin. It's not so nice to.
Could we see some of the standings with the results happening on the?
Yeah, we can go to the results page.
Yeah,
I don't think we can show it, maybe, but we can look
we
at
can
it.
say at least.
Yeah,
who's,
let's see. I don't know if it's possible to see this. Oh. Yeah, let's see. Where are we? Maybe this. I don't know if they have actually updated. Yeah, they have.
They have the results.
So here we can actually see the situation. Yeah.
Oh
Okay.
my God! Only one of the 9 players that had 3.5 is with 4.5. Can we imagine that?
And that's this young guy from India, Raya
The
Ritwik.
young grandmaster Raya Ritwik, yeah. Because when you have 9 players, you expect that maybe 2 or 3 will continue.
Yeah.
But now we have a sole winner.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a winner, I mean a sole leader
Right.
of the tournament.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Hampus lost, unfortunately, to a guy with 3
Hampus,
points. So, yeah. Okay. So we are waiting. Oh,
Queen B2, and he's thinking.
yeah.
It's not so difficult to find the maneuver with Queen F5, Queen D7. Playing,
Yeah. And probably he doesn't even have to do that. I mean, he can play
No.
more or less anything. But it looks pretty good to go here.
strong threat. And also eliminates any ideas with the bishop moving somewhere and
Yeah. So you take away this.
any
Any ideas with
any
bishop
ideas, yeah,
C3
bishop
or
C3 or
anything,
something, yeah.
anything like that? What can you do with black? I mean, and he cannot suddenly switch back to defending because
no.
f6 is hanging.
Queen B7.
But then you take
No,
the
then
bishop.
you take the bishop on, yeah. Too many weaknesses and
No.
down a pawn makes it.
So in practice, either you resign or you play king g8 and then you go for queen d7 perhaps,
Yep.
and you win the h pawn anyway.
King to F8, then you take back the pawn. You take the
Take
pawn
another,
H7,
and then we just play.
and then you can come back to F5 if you
Yeah,
want and
you
push
can just-
H7.
yeah.
You know,
It doesn't
simply
get better
white
for
is
black,
on the
it just
driving
gets
seat
worse.
now.
It's just getting worse. No. Aha, but this didn't happen.
Okay, what did he choose instead?
He didn't play queen f5.
Oh, he played King H3.
King h3.
What I suggested first, but I
but
think
that
it's
is
not,
that was not as strong.
no
That was not as strong, I think, because now he gives black some.
chances.
Well, at least he has some options to move. After bishop f5, it was very difficult to find the move, right?
True. Maybe Queen
Yeah,
B3
maybe
check,
Queen B3.
yes. Queen B3 and maybe take some pawn. You
Yeah.
never know, because King H3 is not threatening something in the position.
No, I don't like king h3.
No.
Why did he play that?
Does he
Strange.
think about taking on f6? But I mean, he didn't feel comfortable with
Probably.
the pin.
So what do we do? Queen b3, is that the move?
It looks to be.
Check. Well, the evaluation bar says no.
Okay. Or queen c2. Sometimes very simple moves like
You mean here?
yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
No. Not so easy to. Or queen b1.
Maybe now we can just take on f6 and queen
Yeah.
g7.
Queen b1.
You try all the moves.
Yeah, we try all the moves because
Yeah,
the
okay.
check on h1 is unpleasant. But you can take on f6 still. or-
Still probably take, yeah. Of course, black should be lost here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made this f5 move. That was really a bad mistake from him. Can you move the bishop?
Bishop to d4. Where can you
I don't know.
make a change?
Well, it's obviously not a good move.
No.
He played, let's see,
He played
queen
b3.
b3, queen g3, and now
Okay.
the computer says it's equal
Yeah,
game.
I mean, you lose one of the c4 or what? Takes on c4.
We have
Yeah,
seen
right.
this many times, the complete collapse of a completely winning position.
And he lost a lot of time also thinking about king h3. Very valuable time.
Yeah, but he still has good time. That's not the big problem. But why is he
True.
giving away all his?
Advantage.
So now suddenly, well, let's see what happens. Can we take this? Yeah,
Of
that
course,
seems to
the
be
guy
good.
is knight takes
And now-
f6. Check on d3. Or I'm not
You,
sure.
you mean
whether-
f1?
or f1?
Because there is no check on d3.
Yeah,
the
no,
queen.
no, f1. Obviously, you cannot take on f6. Huh?
No, he played queen d1, and this is also good, obviously.
Yeah. Queen h1
This
is
is
in the air.
what a pity. He had such a good game, right?
Yeah.
The computer said it was like.
How
I
old
don't
is
know.
Tobias? Were we checking in the beginning? I don't remember. Was
yeah.
it 2004 or 2003? Tobias.
What's his name?
Yeah, you're number 7. Yeah,
Yes, yes.
he was 2004. Yeah,
18. Young guy.
18.
Mm-hmm.
Queen d1. Also queen h5. Take on h6
Yeah.
probably. So
Suddenly, black is out of the woods. So now, if Tobias tilts, he will lose the game. Then he will drop something. I mean, you have to watch out. There is a queen h1 check, and then you can take the knight here.
yeah.
So
And if you try, in all cases, queen h1 is annoying. I mean, if you try to take on
we,
f6.
we also have the check here.
Ah.
So many options. And queen f1.
All of a sudden, you need,
And-
to protect your king.
And the thing is, he also knows that he was winning. you
Yeah.
know. He knows that he blundered everything with these two lost. Let's see what happened. He took on f6 actually.
Yeah, he wants to now.
Yeah, now
I think he will liquidate, or
probably yeah.
he cannot afford. Okay, now a check must be, I think.
Should we check now? Is that the right way to play?
I check on h1 or
Maybe now you could even exchange queens and hold a draw with knight against
Yeah,
bishop.
put the king
Maybe.
on f7 and
maybe-
tell him, okay, I will play with
Yeah,
knight
because
as an
the
opposite color
white
bishop.
the pawns on the a4 and c4 are quite weak.
Yeah,
So it's not clear at all how white is going to win here.
but also queen h1, I think, I mean, what are you going to do? If you play king g4, of course, knight takes knight with check, and you are back into the game.
Yeah. So we tried this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played it. He played
He
queen
played
h1.
it. It
Yeah.
is very, and then queen h2, maybe queen f1, and then this is.
Because king g4, we have knight takes f6 if we want to check.
Yeah, exactly. Queen h2 looks to be the only move, and then you have queen f1 or queen f3. I mean, you can just choose.
Maybe even exchanging queens could be a draw, but probably
Yeah.
not. You will continue to check. This was horrible. Queen h2, yeah.
Queen h2, and then king h4, but the queen, I mean, after. Yeah, queen f3 probably.
Queen f3 is good.
Good enough to take back home half a point.
Because
Very
king
valuable.
h4, you take on f6.
Yeah.
And who is better and why? It could be very nasty for white.
I totally agree.
An attack with.
Okay, now
I has to play queen g3.
queen g3.
Yeah, this was a real upset.
Yeah,
We have to
He-
go back,
he
and
will
again,
definitely
Re-
learn a big lesson.
we will
from
have
it.
to. Yeah, they will take a draw now, but this is incredible, right? We had this position.
Yeah.
The computer says plus 7.4,
Oh my God.
which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
And here, after queen f5, we just keep the advantage, and it's just winning.
It's the winning idea.
Yeah, it's a
Simple.
winning, very simple.
Simple maneuver.
We
You hit the bishop on f6 and pawn on h7. You cannot afford losing this pawn.
mm-hmm.
And the queen also defends the knight very well here, so you are somehow safe.
Yeah. So, but instead, what happened in the game
King h3.
was king h3, which is I don't understand it, but
No.
he was afraid of the
Pin.
pin.
Bishop
he-
c3
yeah,
maybe or
this
something.
this pin he didn't like, so he wanted to get away.
He maybe thought just play it safely. King to h3. Move
Yeah.
away from the. You know,
Then
this
I
kind
wa-
of thinking that comes to the chess players.
Yeah,
You play a very simple move and then everything goes out of the window.
and then after queen g3 was another mistake. Typically one mistake and then
Brings
another
the
one,
other.
and then queen d1, very nice move, and suddenly black's queen is the best piece on the board,
Yeah.
and it's very quickly a draw here.
They did not.
Well, that's how it went. So
Yeah.
then we'll just check this one. Bishop
Are they
f1.
still playing?
They will never resign this game.
No.
Of course, for Sasikiran, it's no risk to play, but no chance either, I think.
He has enough time on the clock and the bishop here. And,
Yeah, no.
we call it a free coffee also.
Yes.
So
yeah.
you can drink coffee and play.
yeah, that's true, true.
You're not
Yeah.
in a hurry to go back home.
No,
And still the party not yet starting.
no.
Time to it's good to start the round early
Yeah.
today.
No, but this is. Even if you would win one pawn, let's say, it would still be a draw.
Yeah. Okay, knight to a4.
Yeah, of course, if black manages to trap his own knight on
Yeah,
the, on the edge,
yeah, one of these knights gets isolated and
Yeah.
the bishop pair.
Suddenly you win. Yeah, these
They-
things happen sometimes.
True. I would prefer the knights more closer to the king on e6 or somewhere.
I think I would put one, maybe put a knight on f4 and something like that,
Yeah. f4 and e6.
or maybe
Probably.
one on f4 and one on e5, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Both are protected and ready to fork any bishop.
And as soon as white exchanges like his black square bishop for a knight or something like that, of course it's completely drawn.
So we have a result on board 7, so they repeated and finished with a draw,
Yes.
not surprisingly,
No.
after king h3.
Yeah. Sad ending for Danish. No, he was a German guy. Yeah, the German, yeah, the German guy. But he's very young, and this was an important lesson.
Yeah,
You have to play well all the time.
the game is never finished.
No, it's not finished. You have to go all the
last
way,
one,
all the
yeah.
way. Yeah. So
I have a very good friend of mine, Grandmaster Henrik Danielsen,
yeah, I know
Danish
him.
Icelandic, and he always had this word. I remember it since I knew him for the first time, maybe
Mhm.
18 years ago. He
Yes.
said, it's like in boxing,
Mhm.
when you fight and you are having an advantage, the game is not finished until a knockout happens. The same in
True.
the chess
Yeah.
game. You can't back off or
No.
get relaxed or make any move without any reason.
Yeah.
Just finish the game till then,
Mhm.
unless otherwise, your opponent will come back to you and
Mhm.
will be after you.
Yeah.
This is what has happened with Tobias and Ilya today.
Yeah, we had a similar game. This game against between Milton Panzar. He played against Urkedal, the Norwegian player. I think it was in round 2, maybe something like that. And Urkedal was black, and he had a rook ending where he was like +6 or something like
Oh
that,
my
or
God.
-6 because he was black.
Yeah.
But suddenly he started to play, for some sort of safety or whatever
Yeah.
it was in the rook ending, and it became a draw.
That's very
It,
difficult in
it,
chess.
it quickly disappeared, the advantage, and then. But it was easy winning, very easy, not difficult. But he didn't want to take any risk, not even the single smallest risk, and then it was a draw because he got passive, and yeah.
It happens, teaches us lessons.
Yeah. So, but I think actually we're going to conclude the webcast here because this position is a draw, and we
agree.
don't have to see all the game, all the moves. They can sit here and play forever. It's not that interesting.
And we can let the spectators try to
Yeah.
analyze it somehow on a chessboard.
Yeah.
Go over it.
So we wish everyone a happy new year, and we will be back in the next year, even stronger.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
everyone.
thank you,
Tom.
thank you, Omar. It has been a great pleasure to have you as my co-commentator,
Thank you very
and
much.
I think we did a good job.
I'm very happy being here with you and with the audience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. See you again. The next round will be played not tomorrow, but on the day after, on Monday.